May I request all our esteemed guests to kindly join us in the conference area. We're about to begin our session for today in the next 5 minutes. May I request all our esteemed guests, our partners, our exhibitors to kindly join us in the exhibition area, in the conference area. We're about to begin. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all our esteemed partners, exhibitors, and our guests. May we request your presence in the conference area. We're about to begin today's session. Requesting all our esteemed panelists, our guests, our speakers, exhibitors to kindly join us in the conference area. We're about to begin today's session. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, our partners, exhibitors, and our associates. May we request your presence here in the conference area for beginning our sessions for today. Thank you so much to all our esteemed guests, our exhibitors, our partners, and our panelists for joining us today on day two of the Envirotech Asia's 7th edition. May we request your presence? We're about to begin today's session right away. May we request all our esteemed guests to kindly have your seats. All our esteemed guests, if you can please have your seats. We are about to begin our conference for today. A humble request to all our guests to kindly have your seats. Thank you so much. Please have a seat, sir. A warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, our partners, our panelists, and exhibitors. We're about to begin today's session, so we would like you all to take your seats. We're about to begin today's session. We'd like to thank our session partners for today, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, who is our session knowledge partner for today. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to the 7th edition of Envirotech Asia, the international exhibition and summit on environment and sustainability. Today, we start our sessions and we'd like to thank our session knowledge partner, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, for their kindness and their support. We'd like to go ahead and have our opening remarks by Dr. Shri Vikrant Bhalerao, Sub-Regional Officer, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. Dr. Vikrant Bhalerao is a Sub-Regional Officer at the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board and has been previously associated with Cummins Incorporated India and has the role of the technical project head and project manager. With a huge round of applause, may I request the presence of Dr. Bhalerao on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Bhalerao? Dr. Bhalerao, if you can please address us with the opening remarks, that will be great.
Good morning, everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, we often speak about Mumbai spirit. Mumbai, if you can. Hello. So, we often speak about Mumbai spirit. The spirit which drives, even if there is accidents, there is terrorist attack, heavy rain, anything. This is an invisible force that keeps the metropolis moving together, moving ahead day by day. But in recent years, there is another thing that is popping up and which is stopping the Mumbai spirit. What is it? We are hearing every day. Every now and then we are hearing it. That is the air pollution in Mumbai. It has been compared with Delhi air pollution. So we stand here in the region which is geographically blessed. We have almost 350-kilometer coastline to the entire MMR area. We are a coastal mega city which is densely populated among top 5 in the world. The sea breeze is our natural air purifier. It was there for decades, but somehow for last couple of decades, it started diminishing. We need to understand why this is so. The breeze that once swept our pollutants away is now hitting the walls of concrete. All our coastal line, we are observing high skyrise are there. Whether it is a South Mumbai, whether it is a Andheri, whether it is Varali or any head. So the air we breathe has become cocktail of dust, smoke and other pollutant because we cannot exchange our pollutants with the seaside. Today, I want to move beyond the general concept of a bad air and look into the science, why this is happening. We will dissect the source apportionment of pollution for Mumbai and other areas, analyze how our vertical growth has trapped us in the street canyons, and discuss the specific shifts in the urban norm to require to reclaim the land. I want to show this map to you that how our ancestors were wise enough. They created certain road network where they ensure that east to west movement of wind patterns are available. In last decade of 19th century, there was a plague thing, and Mumbai observed a new organization called as a Mumbai uh, BIT. So what they did in the Khetwadi Girgaon area, they created the straight passage from, that is a Sardar, today we call it as a Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Same thing they did with a Shamal Das Gandhi, Lokmanya Tilak and Karnak Road. Same thing, completely going dissect the east-west. And same way is a Madam Kama Road, which is in front of our Mantralaya. So this ensure there is a continuous ventilation within the city. So moving ahead from the ventilation, we need to understand the pollution. So MPCB has conducted the source apportionment study with IIT Bombay and NEERI to define the DNA of our pollution. The recent study simply shows that around 60-65% pollution is mainly resuspended dust. And where this resuspended dust traps, it traps right in the street canyons. So this is some New York skyline where you can see tall skyscrapers are there and there is a narrow passage are there. And same thing, we are also doing that. The best part about New York, they have a good street cleaning mechanisms. We don't have, so that the resuspended dust and the traffic keep on resuspending it, getting it finer and choking the city lungs. The takeaway that this is good, this is bad. Same thing, but the result is different. Therefore, one size that fits all, this cannot happen here. We need to rethink our urban development strategy. The vertical wall and encirclement and canyon effect leads to the high exposure of a pollutants to a common people. The science is you line a narrow street with tall skyscraper on the both sides, you create a canyon. Pollutants from cars and lower floors get trapped in this canyon and and wind glides over the rooftops. So therefore, the skimming or the dispersion as well as dilution does not happen very fast. At the same time, because of a skyscraper, the sky view factor, which is one of the key architectural point or the key architectural parameter, which is defines the amount of sky visible from the ground, is shrinking day by day. As SVF decreases, that sky view factor, the ability of pollutants to disperse vertically vanishes. And we are observing this clearly in the areas like Lower Parel, BKC. Same thing is happening here in the Vashi area, the reconstruction projects, Belapur and Kharghar. They have created a pockets where air simply cannot leave altogether or new air cannot enter in altogether. So normally the city line should follow the natural order. There should be a normal distribution all along. But somehow, because of our rampant urbanization as well as philosophical thought process like a TOD and other thing, we are having a flatline skyscraper, which actually reduces the breathing capacity of a city. We need to understand the thermodynamics of urbanization, which talks about two main parameters. One, is a ventilation coefficient and other is a urban heat island. The ventilation coefficient is a product of a wind speed as well as the mixing height, which is very simple, everybody know that. During, normally for any good city which has a blue skyline, the ventilation coefficient should be above 6,000 meter square per second. But somehow, Mumbai, I have seen the past 3 years data, for winter season, most of the time the ventilation coefficient drops below 2000 and sometimes it drops below 1200, which is alarming as such. So we are essentially living in the room with the windows closed and the smoke alarm is running. Yet we want to solve the problem. Same thing is a heat island effect. Because we are building a concrete structure here and there, our roads are getting concrete, we are not leaving any space to dissipate our heat. Concrete absorbs the heat. I myself observed this effect in Ahmedabad. I am Ahmedabad. The new building is completely concrete building. In summer season till night 11, 12, though you keep your AC at 20, 21 degree, the room cannot cool. The entire room structure is somewhere around 28, 29 degrees still. So which is a quite not as per the comfort zone as such. Same thing is happening for the city. If you can see the areas where like a lower Parel, we have observed 3 to 7 degree rise in the local temperature just because the rampant skyscraper that are there. Same way, anywhere you have seen there is new urban areas are getting developed, uh, trees are cutting down, new construction like road structure are getting laid. The temperature gradually increases and it stabilizes 3 to 7 degree up above the prior temperature. So these heat creates the localized low pressure zones that sucks the pollutants from the periphery and traps them under the heat dome. So instead, the sea breeze that's flushing the city, now urban heat island effect that actually pull the pollutant towards the city. So is it reversible now you are asking me? Yes, but it is on a long run we need to think. We need to rethink our city planning strategies. Going up may not sometimes solve the issue, but going horizontal may. One more issue I want to highlight for the Mumbai is that previously Mumbai used to be a city of mills. At the same time, we observed multiple, like a chemical belt is there. Previously, Kurla was densely populated with the industry. Now, Taloja, Kalyan, Dombivli, other areas there. These all areas are getting entrapped because of the skylines, residential, affordable housing, these kind of terms we normally use. So this kind of effect, industrial encirclement is observed in multiple cities. Previously, the buildings were hardly 3-4 storied building. So whatever the plum was there, it was just simply top of your head. But now your 10-storied or 8-storied building, you can have the plume right in your kitchen or right in your hallway. So what exactly we need to change? One, monitoring science data driven. I really thankful to Niri as well as my senior leadership team. We had a 2 source apportionment study, one in 2007 to 9 and other was in the 2020 kind of a thing. We need to have these studies continuously every after 5 to 10 years to see what exactly is changing, how exactly it's changing. TI, traffic impact assessment, other entrapment studies that need to conduct regularly. So we need a science-backed kind of modeling, predictive modeling. Our committee has already said that we need extensive network of monitoring stations as well as predictive AQI forecasting thing. So that is needed. Same thing, we need a regulations and enforcement. We need a stricter norms. The NCAP, we should thank to our central government that they have provided lot of fund under 15 Finance Commission. I think Maharashtra got somewhere around 4,500 crores of funding to implement NCAP National Clean Air Program, as well as we need to stringent the industry norms at the same time keeping their commercial viability. Sometimes stringent norms may not be commercial. We need to give them more policy. We need to implement some policy mechanisms to ensure that sustenance of an industry is needed, and no PUC, no fuel kind of a strategy which actually happened in Delhi, but they have to backtrack it. But similar kind of initiatives where you can actually go to a common public and ask them that there should be accountability to the pollution. And lastly, on a long-term basis, we need to rethink our urban planning strategy. Whether going up is the strategy, whether going up is only affordability, affordable housing you can create. We need to rethink this strategic continuously. At the same time, we need to some way, I don't want to explicitly say that we need to ensure that our city should not grow beyond certain limits, because growing beyond the limits, then definitely different problems. You need to tackle every problem and a different level altogether. So we need to rethink our urban planning, and we need to innovate for that. Meanwhile, Mumbai as well as Navi Mumbai has showcased that vertical gardens are possible at multiple locations. EV transition is happening very rigorously in metro cities like Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. We need to push the green infrastructure, the infrastructure like Atal said to coastal road that decongest the city and reduce the air pollution, metro infrastructure. Similar way, we need to rethink that. So integrated action pathway will definitely going to reduce it. And stalwarts like Rakesh Kumar ji, Kamyotra sir, as well as Nitin ji is here. We will have more rigorous discussion and interactions where there will be a better solutions to air pollution as well as sustainable living. And over to the organizers, thank you for giving me opportunity. I hereby simply say one thing: Sarve sukhinas santu, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, sarve santu niramaya. So everybody should have a healthy life. Everybody should be happy enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balarao. Dr. Balarao, if you can please take center stage. Sanyal, sir, if one second. A big hand to Dr. Balarao. We'll have Sanyal sir come and felicitate you. A big hand to Sanyal sir as well, if we can have you in the center. Okay, so thank you. Sir, if we could please take a picture with Sanyal sir. Sanyal sir, one picture with Dr. Bhalerao. Can we have a big hand for Dr. Bhalerao for such a wonderful... Sir, if you can come in the center, that will be great. Yes. Thank you so much. A big hand, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bhalerao, for going ahead and explaining to us the kind of demographic Mumbai has and the way forward to ensure we as Mumbaikar breathe fresh air. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhalerao. We'll have our next session, and this session is going to be conducted by Dr. Nitin Goyal, Principal Scientist, CSIR, NIRI. And the technical session's topic is experiences from source appointments, proportionate studies for non-attainment cities of Maharashtra. Can we have a big hand for Dr. Nitin Goyal, please? Let's have a big hand for Dr. Nitin Goyal.
Good morning. So by the time they load my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers for actually inviting me to share my experiences of doing source apportionment studies in the 19 non-attainment cities of Maharashtra. Today I'll touch upon the case study of Pune city. The situation is not very different across the other cities as well, but I'm glad that I chose Pune because my previous speaker, Dr. Balerao, has actually touched upon some of the issues of Mumbai already. So yeah, it's by chance that I'm not talking about Mumbai, right? These studies were actually conceptualized by uh, MPCB way back in 2016, and they started funding IIT Bombay and NEERI consortium to conduct the studies across all non-attainment cities of Maharashtra. So, as Dr. Vikrant was just speaking about two studies which have happened in Mumbai, so I happened to do both of them. First one in 2007 and then the next one in 2019. And the experiences of one of the studies of Pune is what I'll talk about today. So, the objective of the study is fairly straightforward to measure the baseline air pollutants. Basically, you go and sample air quality to develop an emission inventory of the various pollutants in the city, to conduct the source apportionment study, and suggest action plan based on various options. Now, the three other objectives are to prioritize the source categories for evolving city-specific air pollution and management strategies, to assess the impact of sources on ambient air quality under different management intervention oblique control options. So, as business as usual, if you increase this, if you reduce fuel, those kind of scenarios, and to draw a roadmap of short and long-term measures as a part of the action plan suggested. So these studies have already been submitted. They're in public domain now, so you can access them. Um, I would want to briefly tell you about the methodology overall of the study. So, starting from the right-hand side, we see ambient air. So we collect PM10 and PM2.5 samples. We do chemical characterization on them. I will tell you what parameters we do chemically in the next few slides. And then we do the receptor modeling exercise for source apportionment. Parallelly, we also start the source identification exercise. Then we do the emission inventorization. Next slide, I will talk about the methodology for emission inventorization. And then we conduct dispersion modeling using the meteorological data. All these data from dispersion modeling, receptor modeling, emission inventorization are then actually put up on the table to then finalize what are the outputs we are seeing and how to prepare a mitigation plan. So coming to the methodology of emission inventorization, so there are three basic sources in an area. One is point source, one is area source, and one is a line source. So we basically identify the point sources through the industries. We can take the data from the pollution control board. The kind of data which we require is fuel type, fuel quality, operating conditions, emissions parameters, and then we use certain emission factors to multiply them with the activity data and come out with a grid-wise emission load of the industrial area, which are basically the point sources. Similarly, for the area sources, we use ward-wise population data, commercial activities in a ward, which may include bakeries, crematoriums, hotels, restaurants, open eat outs, and so on and so forth, paved and unpaved roads. And then we also collect data from the local urban bodies. And then again, we use the emission factors, which are either locally available or which are internationally published in the US EPA AP42 database. And then again come out with a grid-wise emission load for these area sources. For line sources, which are basically vehicular sources, we collect the vehicle data from RTO. We take the fuel supply data from oil depots, and then we basically manually count the vehicles on the major streets, and then extrapolate that to the whole city, and then come out with a emission estimate of that area. So that is a nutshell. It's a very long exercise to be conducted. Takes about 1 year or so. This is the chemical characterization matrix. So every sample in ambient air which we collect them on two different filter papers, and these two filter papers are Teflon and quartz. And then we subject these filter papers to do different kind of analysis. The Teflon filter paper is subjected to ionic analysis, to element analysis, whereas the quartz filter paper goes for ion analysis as well as elemental carbon, organic carbon. The methods for analyzing can be ICP-AES, ICP-MS. We also have EDXRFs today. For ionic analysis, we go for ion chromatography, and for ECOC, we go for TOR or TOT method, which is a standard method in US EPA. So coming to Pune, so this is the background of how we do the work, what is the methodology of the work. Pune, as we know, is a very huge metropolitan city. It's a very busy slide. What I'm trying to say here is that, Pune has a population density of about 13,000 people per square kilometer, which is way back in 2011, and the decadal growth is almost like, in the range of 25%. Now these are the sampling sites. So we chose 5 different sites. New Sangvi police station is a background site, which is actually at the entry point of the Pune. Rani Mahila Samiti is a residential site. Then if you look at the Bharat Forge, which is an industrial site, then Swargate bus depot has been taken as a commercial site, and then APMC market in a yard in PMPL was taken as another commercial site. So there was the 5 site selections we did there. Results of emission inventorization. So this is the percentage contribution of all sources for whole of the Pune city. PM is mainly constituted from road dust, which Vikrant just said, 60%. Vehicular sources about 13.7%, whereas industrial and area sources contribution was about 5.2 and 21% respectively. From total area sources of about 10,500 kg per day, construction activities contributed around 7.2%, domestic fuel around 7.5%, and other sources which are open burning, non-industrial generators, brick kilns, agricultural pumps, about 0.7 to 2.5%. Now this is from the sources we know. So if I put them in a pie chart, that is how it looks. So we can say with all the known sources, unpaved road dust and paved road dust, they almost contribute to the 60% of pollution, right? Whereas all other, if you look at high density, high duty diesel vehicles, about 11.42%, and domestic fuel, building construction also come up as 5-7%, but rest all are very few numbers. If you use dispersion modeling of these known sources, which is basically this emission inventory plus the meteorology, then you get an isopleth. Now this isopleth, if you see the maximum concentrations here, they don't go beyond, in only some areas they are in the range of about 100 micrograms per cubic meter, but otherwise they are pretty less across the city. So what we say that this indicates the concentrations are about 5 to 8 times lesser than those which we manually measure. This indicates that not all sources of PM has been included or has been accounted for. So what I'm saying is that we probably do not know enough about what other sources are contributing to a city. So for a minute I'll take a pause and I'll go back. We collected the data, we multiplied that data with the activity, and then we calculated emission inventory. We used this emission inventory and did dispersion modeling based on meteorology of Pune city, and we got this. Both are inconsistent, and now if I go to source apportionment study, which is basically I have characterized every sample which I have collected, and then I have done the receptor modeling on this. This is what I get. In this, I can see very clearly that PM10, PM2.5. So let's talk of PM10 first. We say that industrial 15% contribution, vehicular 10%, construction dust 26%. In the previous slide, it was a little different. Biomass burning, waste burning 17%, fossil fuel combustion 12%, and road dust has come down to 19%. So the chemistry of the samples says a different story. The knowledge of the sources in the city tell you a different story. So that is what something which we have now been talking about with Professor Virendra Sethi at IIT Bombay, myself, and a lot of committees where we are saying. So this is what we are saying, that there is a gap between the emission inventorization, the dispersion modeling, and the source apportionment results, primarily because probably these two basic sources are under addressed, which is basically biomass burning and garbage burning and road dust and dust from open grounds. So these high levels of PM are somehow being attributed to the dust. And whenever there is dust, I came across a word in hotel industry which is known as housekeeping. So, that is what something which I want to, say today, that if Mumbai is a five-star hotel and if there is proper housekeeping in Mumbai, probably the concentrations of dust will go down and automatically the air will be cleaner. It's a very low-hanging fruit in terms of policy, in terms of doability. If you look at the data, Indore, which was the cleanest city still in the whole country today, has also fared #1 in air quality this year. So it is not by coincidence, I would say. It is basically by design that Indore has actually cleaned all the roads. They are doing cleaning 2 times in a day of the roads. They have collected all the garbage. They are treating all their solid waste, all the municipal waste. So probably automatically the dust levels have come down and the city has now gone to the cleanest air quality city in the country today. So that is something which we need to look at. Beyond that, since we are seeing that there is a gap in the knowledge of the sources, emission inventarization studies are something which we need to do on a continuous basis. As Vikrant also said in the previous talk, that source apportionment studies and these studies probably need to continue for a little longer until we achieve the standards. And higher spatial and temporal resolution for the source apportionment studies is also something we should be looking at. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was really wonderful, Dr. Goyal. If I may request Sanyal sir to please come on stage, and if you can present a memento for Dr. Goyal. A big hand to Dr. Goyal. Let's have a big hand to Dr. Goyal. Thank you so much for this lovely session. A picture with Dr. Goyal. And if I may request the presence of Dr. Vikrant Bhalirao, if you are around. Dr. Bhalirao, sir? Okay. I guess doctor is not there. Okay. We start our next session. Our next session is precision emission monitoring, compliance to credibility, and reliability to sustainability. And to present this topic, we have Dr. Pritesh Shah, Director, Prima Equipments India. Can we have a big hand for Dr. Shah? Let's have a big hand for Dr. Shah.
Good morning, everyone. The most crucial things which is nowadays the talk of the town, we say, is the talk of the nation. We every day hear about the AQI. That is, the term is very famous about air quality index in India. So everybody talks. Thanks to the capital of nation who says that the highest pollution in Delhi. So there was, I briefed a little bit about what we talk about monitoring. A lot of my senior colleagues and the authorities, they talk about the monitoring. Now the question comes about the compliance. So we comply. There is a government rules. They have a guidelines that this has to be met. This is a way you have to install in industry or in an ambient in the colonies. Other is credibility. So you have a compliance. You focus on compliance as the rules we met to the rules of the Pollution Control Board and MOEFCC. But the credible data is still in a question mark, where a lot of seniors are sitting here and the stalwarts are sitting here, those who are part of the framing that guidelines. Another is reliability to sustainability. Now I always talk about, a lot of seminars happens about the sustainability. I always have a small question, it's a less gathering, but I have a small questions. What is the main ingredient for the sustainability? To achieve the sustainable data or sustainable results, what is the main ingredient into that? If I'm not wrong, it is in data. See, if I want to draft in some policy for another 5 years or 10 years about the air pollution mitigation, I need a good data. Now today, if I'm specialized into the air pollution monitoring equipment, so I can talk about only that part in this. So today, maybe after the implementation of the continuous emission monitoring system from the source emission of the various chimneys of the industries, after 11 years, sir, Kamatra sir is there, is a guru, but only thing is, are we having reliable data where we can say that this was an issue and this is the line of action for another 10 years India must have? So the question is, we started implementing the installations of monitoring, but at the simultaneously, we could not do it, the validation part or the data, right data creation part into that. It has always been doubted. So I'll be sharing my experience in another 15 minutes about my experience of, we started working of developing and testing laboratory and getting our product tested. Because when I manufacture product, I have a doubt that is how I validate my product. So we started with a small chemical analysis lab and it has grown to the world's second facility. India must take pride of having this facility in India. But I'll be sharing my product when we send for testing. What are the critical things was involved that I'll be sharing here. So the content of discussion, I'll be going about the importance, thought process, then importance of quality and reliability, overview of quality assurance, key components of comprehensive CEMS system. I hope everybody is aware about the CEMS term, continuous emission monitoring system. In India, we call OSEMS also, online continuous emission monitoring system. Internationally, it is called automated measuring system, AMS. So the practice of performance testing and developing a reliability of measurement data to achieve, I'll read out because we have a short of time in that. Achieve a sustainable quality and continuous flue gas and dust emission monitoring system for the operator. In today's industrial area, sustainability has become an inseparable part, as our Prime Minister says, that ESG has to be a part of every industry. Across the globe, industries under the mounting pressure to control their pollution. Governments, a lot of agencies are working on that. Now the question, like I always question myself, Kamyotra sir knows that I always question to the people. Installing a continuous emission monitoring system is just a first step, I always says. It is not that you are able to control the pollution. You are just measuring the pollution, and the step of the measuring pollution is, the next step is how you can control. So that you need monitoring equipment at two places. One, before installation of your controlling equipment, and another after the controlling. Hence, you can have a proper efficiency measurement of your air pollution control device. So, the display numbers, but the data lacks credibility. Means all the government agency, includes the NERI, knows that this is a major task and the challenge for every government organizations, those who are involved into this part. So proper compliance must be supported by clear implementation guidelines and verified against the accreditation, certification standards and established a quality assurance method. India doesn't have Bharat standards, BS standard, doesn't have any standards for testing of this monitoring equipment. So since 2013, by the guidelines of MOEF, CPCB, entire industry, fraternity, and all the manufacturing technocrats, they are following the EN and US EPS standard. So the standards are EN 14181, 15267-3, 15259, and the US EPS CFR methods. These are the standards which are followed by Indian technology provider as well as the compliance regulators. This framework will mandate quality assurance level 1, 2. This is the terminology which comes under the EN standard of 14181 into that. And annual surveillance test and the relative accuracy test, the RATA of US. These frameworks will ensure corrective action such as a standard of quality assurance level, limit of detections, defining percentage of emission limit value at 95% confidence. I always say that your data should come out this. But is it reliable or not? This is always question is part. So the quality and reliability, CM system performance regards to these are the standard 14181, 15267, 15259, 13284, and the RATA's others. The most important here in this entire standard is how big certification product you have from the world, international market. If you don't follow the EN 15259, none of the system is considered as a legally installed or a certified installed. I hope sir will be agree to me that point. But in the last 14 years, 10, 12 years, 13 years in India, we have focused on number of installations rather than on the quality of installations and the rightness of the installations. So while obtaining, so TUV and AMCET was nobody's knowing before 2012. So the regulator says that your product has to be TUV AMCET certified, then only you must install into the industry for the monitoring of source emission. So we come to know, okay, this is the standard. So people were running about the certified products. All obviously, India doesn't have any agency to certify it or neither testing laboratory since last 13 years of now. So everybody imported the equipments and started installing. Now the biggest challenge comes there. I will come on the next slide. So while obtaining a TUV and AMCET certificate for your installed CMS system is a significant milestone. Yes, you pay a lot and you get an international product. Relying on that solely on this certification is insufficient for ensuring long-term performance and compliance. So we forgot that last underlined word and we started importing. Regular testing and adherence to standards like EN 14181, 15267 RATAs are essential for maintaining the system reliability, validation, and sustainability. So what are the benefits? And like, we talk about importance of the stars. One is a continuous performance reliability. Reading is not enough. Is the readings are performing well? Are they correct? Unfortunately, as on date also, India has only one laboratory, those who have a facility of the Indian International Accreditation, since 2021. However, it has been not recognized by the government or regulators, hence it has been not been used by the industries into that case. So still though मेरे पास certified equipment है तो वो certified हो गया. So the CM system meets the performance standards, that's performance reliability. Regular testing, particularly as per quality assurance level 2, annual surveillance test protocols or maybe a RATA protocols need to be followed. And the question is, once certified equipment, once you buy a certified equipment, the certification remains valid only and only at every 12 months it has undergone the annual surveillance test as per the certification standard of the European standard 14181. If not, your equipment after 12 months is as good as non-certified equipment. So you can't rely on the data. Your main purpose of having that is lost. Validation and compliance. So the standard ensures that the systems continues to provide accurate and reliable data. The sustainability, obviously I talk about the data makes a lot of effect and importance by developing the sustainable policies. So initial certifications comes at quality assurance level 1, which is as per 14181 and 15267-1, 2, and 3. Periodic quality assurance level test. I'll come on to the simpler chart, next slide. The qual 2, which has to be done every 5 years. Annual surveillance test has to be conducted mandatorily after every 1 year. Relative accuracy is the data if you are following an US EPS standard then. So, to ensure the quality and reliability, standard testing equipment, drift and linearity check, and systematic assessment and verification. This is very important. Now, this is very important word. Sometimes as a technocrat, no, I feel very guilty of being in India sometimes. But I feel proud also, okay, my country has 5,000 years of culture and they will change. Sometime my country will change. That's what I feel. So what happened? It became a business of emission monitoring. And my seniors are sitting here, maybe he can deny to me my point. When I say TUV and AMSAT certified, the people started getting an analyzer. You know, the Make in India and Made in India. Before Narendra Modi, our beloved Prime Minister, started with the Make in India, we are very proudly saying the Made in India, you know, where my brains was used. Make in India has made that I hired the technology, I prepared the assemble, put my sticker, and I start selling. The third thing this multinational followed on the name of certification product, which was backed by the regulators, is that they say that we make the product made for India. So the certificate is of European certificate and the product comes is made for India, which is actually not. So the complete system has to undergo for the testing, not only the analyzer. And that is the biggest thing which has happened in last 12 years, where the Indian industry has spent more than $10 billion of investing on the government regulations about the emission monitoring system. So these are the procedures for the testing. That is quality assurance level 1 comes under 152671, where defined that your factory has to be QMS. Your manufacturing place has to be QMS certified. Your entire CE certified at the place where you manufacture the equipment. 15267, that are protocol of the equipment where your locking system, password system, all the things has been derived. And third is then actually performance testing at the laboratory. There are almost 10 to 12 clauses are there. And the field test, where the two identical systems to be installed in the chimney of certain level of pollutant, and 90 days has to be tested into that. And then it has been considered as an go for the tested equipment. So this is very interesting slide that you only have to decide. I will not come into decision on that part. What actually has happened in last 13 years or 14 years in India. So call 1 when? The manufacturer, before installation, call 2 post installation, during operation, which is operator has to do, AST is every, this. So now this is once, that is 5 years, that is continuously, and the another is annually. Now, who will do it? Now this is the most important part. Who will do it? So one is an accredited laboratory. Second is accredited laboratory. And the fourth one is accredited laboratory. Now, do India has any accredited laboratory for the testing facility as per the EN 15267 14181, which is we called as a TUV or AMSAT certified? Since 2021, there was no. After 2021 is there, but it is not been, industry is not able to utilize. The reason is it has not been recognized by the regulators or the Ministry of Environment and Forest. These are the standards and these are the clauses. So just think of, I bought a TUV AMSAT certified product from Europe, USA or wherever. After that, 1 year compliance I have to do, so I will remove the instrument from my chimney. I will send back to the Europe because there is TUV Relent is the only laboratory in the world who has an accreditation for testing of this. Am I doing? Or the industry is doing? No. And your certification becomes invalid. That standard says, I don't say. So these are the few clauses which I already discussed, that what is called one, the requirement is. These are the clauses. This makes your system, monitoring systems, validated, complying to the performance standard into that. So these are the all tests on the field test. this test to be conducted. So why I was talking about 15259, because it's an homogeneity test. मैं चिमनी देखा, चिमनी पे प्रोब लगा दिया, 2400 इंडस्ट्री दिल्ली एनसीआर में बोला कि पीएम लगा दो 2 महीने में. Okay? More than 1500 industry doesn't have a chimney there. As a technology provider, if I have to give the installation, I have a 200, 150 of diameter of chimney, and I have to install the PM probe there. It's next to impossible. It is just foreign. It's a festival. I'll use this dais to use a word. This is a festival we do. And so this is a 15259 is a test of 3 days, isokinetic, as per US EPA CFR 40, where you define the homogeneous point of the surrounding chimney and you install that probe, then only your certification remains valid. So the benefits, obviously the data is reliable, accurate, providing insight into the process efficiency. You have efficiency of the process, reducing the production cost, and many things. Hardly people talk about the process optimization while using the CEMS system. If I'm measuring SO2, NO2, oxygen, maybe particulate matter, definitely I can make money out of installation of this because I can have a process optimize my ESP, back filters, FGD. I can optimize based on this monitoring, but the concept of need to be developed for that amongst the industry. This is all to talk about the RATA's testing. So currently there are only 2 facilities in the world. The regulators are here. If I have anything wrong, the people were knowing that National Physical Laboratory UK is still a laboratory for accreditation. Sorry, 6 months back, NPL UK has lost its accreditation for the Qual 1 testing or EN 14181, 15267, and it has been announced when I was just giving a speech to the Slovenia International Conference. The NPL senior person says, yes, Pritesh, you are right, we have lost the accreditation. We don't have. So people may be knowing that NPL UK, I have tired with the NPL UK and I'm taking the NPL UK. No, NPL UK doesn't have that affiliation now. But it's a proud for your India. Hardly we take pride for our own nation development, but we must take that for the benefit if you want a good future of sustainable future for environment. So there are only 2 laboratories in the world now. One is in Germany, another is in India since 2021. Entire ministry, entire pollution control board chairmen, all the regional and the state pollution board chairman and member secretary knows about this since last 3 years into that. But hardly they are working on that. So this is a proud moment for us. We, as an Indian manufacturer, we got a first equipment in Asia where we have an AMSAT certified product. Because as we don't have any facility in India to have a certification, we have to go to the AMSAT UK to get it certified, and it took 5 years. So, any questions from reliability to sustainability? Thank you so much for patience listening. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shah. Dr. Shah, before we take your questions, we'll request Sir to kindly felicitate you. Please, if you can come and the dais in the center. Can we have a big hand for Dr. Shah? Sanyal sir, if you can please felicitate Dr. Shah. Thank you so much. And we'll have one question for Dr. Shah, if anyone has any questions for Dr. Shah. If you can please raise your hand and I'll come there with the mic. Thank you, Sanyal sir.
You have a question?
Anyone has a question? Thank you so much. That was such a detailed presentation. A big hand to Dr. Shah. Thank you, Dr. Shah. And now we would like to go ahead and have our next speaker for this session. And our next speaker will be speaking on Thermax Cleaning Air Solution, integrating technology and compliance for sustainability and pollution control. And we have our speaker, Mr. Suresh Bhati sir, from, who's the sales head from Thermax Limited. Can we have a big hand for Suresh Bhati sir? Suresh sir? A big hand to Suresh sir.
Good morning, everyone. Just introduce myself. I am Suresh Bhatia, heading sales and business development. Heading sales and business development for Thermax clean air businesses. Being associated with this company and the air pollution industry is over 22 years on various aspects of proposals, developing markets, and seen the various pollution norms evolving through last 20 years in India, I can see. From here, about the clean air solutions, what Thermax has been offering into it. Now, in the arena of particulate matter as well as gaseous abatement technologies, if you see all the norms enforced by the pollution boards of state level or the central pollution, these are basically very basic norms for making this air cleaner, and more or less industries as such, because these equipments, instead of giving any return of investments as such, these are the compliance investments, I can say. So most of the things, the industries in the past, they try to as far as push it as far as possible because it's in compliance. But if you see more than that, now in the coming years, the industries are seeing it, it's a necessity for making this planet, the air more breathable. The issues what these modern developed cities are facing of the air qualities getting deteriorated day by day, and some of the other these industries are there which is then, but yes, on the other hand, there are few corporates in India which work beyond the pollution norms. Even for example, if pollution norms say less than 30 mg of the particulate matter is to be controlled, they even go for 10 mg. And now the future of the developed countries like Europe, US, and other Latin American countries, they go for near zero, as low as 2 mg and 3 mg emission, which is in India, being the highly populated country in the globe, we also needs to think about those lines in the very near future. So with this, I'll just start on the solutions what we have been offering into the market. Now, before we just, I want to convey you about what Thermax is been seen as a trusted partners in energy as well as environment side, with almost more than 60 years of presence in this industry for air pollution and gaseous abatement technologies, having more than 20,000 plus customers across the globe. 14 manufacturing units, almost 10 in India and 4 abroad, serving to the global countries for this air pollution needs. And these are the certain key recent innovation, because there are many players who supply the basic equipment as such. But Thermax has always been the front runner in terms of innovating the products and the services what we offer. We have recently, come across by the advanced controller for the air pollution equipment called electrostatic precipitator, which I'm sure many of you have been aware about. The ESP's terminology has been called, where we had some advanced controller of which gives emission as improvements almost 20 to 30% within the same footprint area of your equipment, and some digital monitoring through the edge life, doing the asset management of the equipment what has been installed. And certain key accolades and recognition given by the industries as such, that we have been nominated for 50 innovative companies in the fields of air pollution control systems, lifetime achievements award for the best practices by SCM, and so on. And as far as the solutions from the energy side as well as from the environment, I'll cover more on the environmental front of air pollution control as well as wastewater system. by a company. From the air pollution sides, we have been almost 50 plus years of experience, having more than almost 35,000 plus installations, almost 90% in India. And major polluting industries as such, if you see, are the steel, power, cement, where our core presence is into it. Other than that, the recent norms of coming up, like clean room concepts and shop floor area nuisance things from the other process industries of chemical, pharma, solar, and so on. For certain clean air offerings as such, right from various products of particulate matter, gaseous emissions, as well as gas enrichments, we offer in particulate segment like ESPs, bag houses or bag filters, the combinations of ESPs and bag houses, that is hybrid systems, as well as cartridge filter, and so on. I mean, these are as and when for the customer needs and the process needs, these equipments comes into picture. And for FGDs also similar to for the basically SO2 capturing, right from a small 2 TPH boiler to an 800 megawatt of an power plant, we can have this FGD systems. So depending on the removal efficiency of SOx, there are different types of FGDs available, whether it is dry, semi-dry or wet. All the technologies are available, and we have been doing this installation and cleaning the air from the SO2 norms in the industry since over 40 years now. For particulate matter, the developments for the ESPs and fabric filter are enormous. For fabric filter, we can go as low as 5 mg emission, which is even, I can say even 50 mg is hardly visible with naked eyes from a stack. So 5 or 10 mg is really a good working atmosphere, which we see into this. And hybrid solutions are nothing but a combination of ESP for a retrofit kind of a solution where there is modernization or revamping projects come. In those areas, we offer those hybrid systems. And the next coming is the recent development of like bio-CNG plants are the talk of the town, and many installations there. There we contribute for gas enrichment. Like if, for example, in a bio-CNG, methane has been produced, and to purify the methane up to 99% of purity and so on, we have to remove certain impurities from this captures like Cl2 and so on. By removing those gases, we enrich the gas and improve upon the recovery of methane from the systems by various technologies of VPSA and PSA and membrane. So these are the different technology we adopt for these biogas enrichment plants. And last but not least, the aftermarket solutions, that is basic health checkup of the systems. What are the performance improvements is required in the existing system, keeping in the fort without disturbing the plant production and so on. So these kind of solutions and services also we offer. Coming to what is the roadmap, what is the shift from the standard equipment or the policies of the circular policy in action which comes into it. We see a policy acceleration in terms of more stringent and clearer norms from the PCBs, which are tighter, and enforcement has been seen into that. Which are beyond the targets, and the positive part is now industry is adopting and getting ready for the future. For example, if PCB says if you have to maintain particulate emission as 50 mg, industries are demanding 25 mg from us. You know, this is that once it is through, there should not be a stoppage. So this change in mindset, which is recently been seen, is a very positive steps by the industry, which helps to maintain, the earlier what it was just a compliance, and now industry has started adopting it as a need of an hour and going forward. And again, next is the circular energy transition. Now here when I talk about circular economy, that it has been whatever waste has been generated from the APCs. For example, we have installed an FGCS flue gas conditioning system for an MSW based power plant, that is municipal solid waste power plant. There, the waste which has been generated by our household, it has been burned to produce power. And there are particulate matter and gaseous contamination in that, where our systems clean those systems before letting it out into the atmosphere through stacks. And even the ash collected in the hoppers, that has been used to manufacture the paver blocks which we generally see on the roadsides. So nothing get wasted. Whatever waste we generate, power is being produced, and from that also what that ash is generated, that is helped in. So it is, we call it as a circular economy, which is everything has been recycled into the system with as good as a zero waste policy, we can say. So this is the general shift in the environmental side which is coming. As far as technology shift is concerned, the shift is, instead of a standalone system, people are asking for the more digitalization, as Mr. Parthiv Shah spoke in the earlier presentation before me on the SEMS, continuous emitting monitoring systems, which earlier people used to install to show it to PCB. But now the shift is they themselves want to monitor it, and they are aware about its consequences, and things are going into the positive way. And another shift of focus is mainly limiting from the performance or meeting to this thing to the life cycle cost and the entire equipment, where we call it as the product recovery in some applications. So instead of fit for the purpose, there's one which fit for the entire solution. No, that is the general shift, I can say. And again, there are EERM, that is energy efficient and innovation and modernization, that is happening across most of the PSUs in India. That has given a thrust for these kind of system and a level of understanding. So this is on the shift what we can call. And if you see the evolution of air pollution, like in early 90s, they were very much mechanical dust collector, having removal efficiency of particulate matter about 50-60% or so on. But there was not much of a norms at that time. Pollution control equipment have been sold on the basis of removal efficiency of dust, but now it is purely on the emission front. Again, in the late 90s, there was cyclonic separators, pulse jet filters, ESPs. And in 2000, there comes the high temperature filter bags and compact ESPs of a smaller SC and the footprint areas. Then enhancement, instead of doing a mechanical changes and improving the footprint areas, the enhancement has taken place in terms of electrical upgradations as such, for three-phase controller, single-phase controller, and so on. And just from 2020 onwards, now we are talking about the third generation controller, where everything is on a HMI, human interface basis, and IoT enabled PCBs and high frequency TRSs. So these are generally, the shift from past 2 decades or so, what has been seen in the ERP. And as far as this product detail, everybody is aware, most of these aware people, like ESPs, has been installed in almost in every industry, behind boilers or process equipments or any this thing. The fabric filter, where constant emission is required, and the smaller areas. And recently, we have been offering this cartridge filter for concepts of clean room in industries like pharma, chemical, and even the solar cell manufacturings, where the clean room, where during the spark emission or something, there are some harmful gases coming up. To capture those, we capture into this cartridge filter to make the clean room concept. So this is the new thing which coming up into the process and the shop floor also, apart from the stack emission. Again, I spoke about the FGDs in the part of wet type, dry and semi-dry type. Depending on the removal efficiency of SO2, we can select and offer to the industries. This is the third eye generation controller I have been speaking about, that is OptiCore, which is nothing but a DSP based voltage controller with HMI, and it improves the efficiency of your ESP collection of almost 20 to 30%. As such, there is one case study we have been showing we have conducted in various metal industries in India as well as in Thailand, where the CSPs, these are the terminologies, what you can see. These are the readings of this TR sets of in terms of milliamps per hour. What is the kV has been generated before this opticore and after this opticore, and the improvements of almost 25% or so. And the major is the stack emission, which was not exactly quantified before. You can see it as low as 13 milligram, which is much beyond the required emissions of 30 mg for per se. To do this, the core competency of Thermax air solutions lies on terms of our engineering capabilities, understanding the ionization and charge dispositions of an electrostatic precipitator, the gaseous and solid mitigations inside those separation systems, the chemical oxidations that is taking place during the reactions in an FGD system, and the absorption and adsorption processes which happens in our gas enrichment solutions or even semi-dry type of FGDs. And the in-house CFD analysis and the FEA analysis, which is there in terms. These are certain examples which has been conducted for ESPs for obtaining the velocities inside these systems and getting the maximum efficiency of those equipments. And very recently, Thermax launched this Edge Live system to monitor the assets within our customers' places, that how many equipments, it's an ready solutions available with them directly from the user side, so that they can monitor what is happening, and they can directly, even the maintenance manager can directly command on ki this is going something wrong. He can get in touch with our service engineer online, without raising the request and losing time in their production. This is the nudge why we have been emphasizing more on digitalization, so that those kind of problems can be solved within a fraction of minutes, I can say. This is some case study of an conversion of an ESP to a combo filter by a modernization project, where there is a no space available and the emission norms got revised from 100 to 30, but there is no space, nothing is there. So we converted into a combo filter by converting first part into ESP and second part into a back filter, and the emissions have been achieved as low as 10 mg. This is one of the cement plant for a captive power plant boiler. At last week, I spoke about this gas enrichment solutions with particularly in a bio-CBG plant, where we offer this vacuum VPSA or vacuum pressure swing technology. This is and the PSA and the membrane separation based on the recovery of methane and the removal efficiency of CO2 and other harmful gases. We are also into green, recently launched into green hydrogen purification and carbon capture solutions also through these gas enrichment solutions. So this is all about the air cleaning solutions Thermax is offering into the industries. Now, I thank you all for your attention and this thing. So thank you very much. If anybody has question, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhatti sir. A big hand to Bhatti sir. Bhatti sir, if we can please felicitate you first. Sanyal sir, if I may request you to kindly felicitate Bhatti sir. Bhatti sir in the center, if we can. And anyone has a question, if you can please raise your right hand, I'll maybe give the mic. Bhatti sir in the center. Sanyal sir in the center. Thank you so much. A big hand to Bhatti sir. Thank you so much for giving us this great range of solutions from Thermax Clean Air Solution. It was really, really great. From Thermax Limited, Bhatti sir. Anyone has a question? No. Okay. We'll get ready for our next session. Maybe request the arrangement for the chairs. We'll have the plenary session. We'll reconvene in a couple of minutes. So if we want to get fresh, we can get fresh. Requesting all our esteemed panelists, our judges, we'll start in 2 minutes. We'll meet you in 2 minutes. Check, check, check. 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 A warm welcome. We'd like to go ahead and start our plenary session. The topic for the plenary session is Clean Air for a Sustainable Tomorrow, Balancing Technology Adoption and Compliance. To moderate the session, we have with us Dr. Vidyanand Motiram Modgare. Dr. Modgare is a senior environmental engineer and sustainability professional with over 3 decades of experience in environmental regulation, public policy, infrastructure planning, and science-led decision making. He brings a strong blend of technical expertise, governance experience, and strategic leadership to complex environmental and industrial challenges. He holds a PhD in civil engineering from Visvesara National Institute of Technology, VNIT, Nagpur, with research focus on sustainable industrial development. His academic background also includes a M.Tech in Environmental Engineering from VNIT Nagpur, a BE in Civil Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, along with an MBA and a postgraduate diploma in Business Management from Nagpur University. Dr. Modgre served the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board for nearly 3 decades, retiring as a joint director in 2025. During his tenure, he played a key leadership role in air pollution control, industrial regulations, environmental compliance, and policy formulation across sectors such as power, cement, mining, and urban infrastructure. He also held a member secretary position in MPCB, contributing at the highest level for environmental governance. Prior to this, he also served as Maharashtra Jeevan Pradhikaran Government of Maharashtra for 4 years, focusing on designation of water supply scheme and STP along with execution. He has been instrumental in several pioneering initiatives in India, including the Maharashtra Star Rating Program for Industry, statewide noise mapping for 27 municipal corporations, UAV-based ambient air monitoring, and the expansion of the country's largest air quality monitoring network as nodal officer of Maharashtra under the National Clean Air Program NCAP. He led planning, funding, evaluation, and program implementation. He has visited Australia, New Zealand, USA, Germany, and other countries as part of the Indian delegation for environmental protection, and also a regular guide for PhD students and M.Tech students. A distinguished fellow at the EPIC India University of Technology, Chicago. Dr. Modgre is an internationally recognized expert, published researcher, speaker, and mentor, known for delivering practical, scalable, and policy-aligned environmental solutions and helping governments for the execution of emission trading schemes for SO2 emission, which is the first of its kind. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Modgre? Let's have a big hand for Dr. Modgre. Dr. Modgre, if you can please take center stage for moderating this session. Welcome, sir. Along with Dr. Modgre, I would like to also invite our panelists, our fellow panelists, Shri J.S. Kamyotra, former Member Secretary, Central Pollution Control Board. Can we request sir to kindly join us? Let's have a big hand for sir. We'd also like to call on stage Dr. Rakesh Kumar, former Director, NIRI. Let's have a big hand for Dr. Kumar. We'd also like to call on stage Dr. Shri Naresh Patilji, Head Environment, Tata Powers. A big thank you, Nareshji. A big hand to Mr. Naresh as well. And we'd also like to call Shri Suresh Bhatia, sir, Sales Head for Thermax Air Pollution Control. Can we have a big hand for Bhatia, sir, as well? Dr. Modgre, over to you.
Very good morning. Is honored here for this plenary session on Envirotech Asia conference on a sustainable solutions. We got my very senior stalwarts and guru, Sri J.S. Kamyotra sir, who is known as the policy maker and regulator in Government of India, and he was the ex-member secretary of Central Pollution Control Board for many years, and just now he's advising to the other faculties also. My other guru is Dr. Rakesh Kumar, under whom we have done many things in the Maharashtra and country for the for the implementation of various programs. He was the ex-director of National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, NIRI, the pioneer institution in the country for environmental research. On the other side is my very good friend, specifically for the implementation of various pollution control system in the industry. He is Naresh Patil, who is sitting in the middle of the Mumbai. His plant is in the middle of the country in the Mumbai, Tata Trombe Power, and he is heading the environment section in Tata Power. And Mr. Suresh Bhatia is the sales head and business development for this group, Thermax group, and he'll be looking after the sales and the air pollution control equipment. To begin this session, as you know, recently the many Supreme Court, High Courts and tribunals are giving the various verdict on the air pollution and clean air issues in government of at the various levels, to the state pollution control board or to the corporation or the state. And government of India in 2018 has launched the National Clean Air Program for the improvement of the clean air among the million plus cities and 131 cities of India. And this program outlay is more, and every city has to contribute their 42-point template on a regular basis. The esteemed panelists, we have a very good panelist. I will begin with the common questions to each and everyone. To start with Kametro sir, we are on a plenary session on a clean air for sustainable tomorrow, balancing technology and adoption and compliance. As a regulator and policy maker and guiding force for all the pollution control boards and to the environment department all over India. Sir, when you talk about the clean air today, what do you see the biggest challenge in actually achieving it on the ground? Kametro sir.
Thank you. So, in the initial stages, when we were in the 2010 or 11, you can say that time, we just thought that there need to be some changes now in the structure. Because with the available resources, we are not able to do an enforcement in a strong enforcement. And when the strong enforcement is not there, the compliance is not there, and the compliance is not there, the innovation in the technologies also does not come. So these are all interlinked. So one strong regulations, strong laws, strong enforcement leads to innovation in technology, and which ultimately lead to a better air quality. So thought process was that we need to bring transparency in the system. That's the first thing. Improve the efficiency of the pollution control boards. Come out with the cost-effective technologies. Come out with the scientific decision-based system. Because earlier we were monitoring the air quality, we were monitoring with the laboratory method or the chemical method, when the data was available after 10 days, 15 days also. So we were not getting the data online. So the thought process was that we need to introduce technology now to get data on the real-time basis. Once the real-time basis data comes, it makes easy to understand the trend, the behavior of the air quality, and what actions need to be taken. So as a result, the focus shifted from manual monitoring to real-time monitoring at that time, and a big way it was felt. And there was a target fixed that we will cover nearly all the metropolitan cities by within the next 5 years with online monitoring system. So that was one of the things. But only making monitoring strong, it does not help. So along with it, the thought process was that the standards or the emission standard made more stringent. And once the standards are made more stringent, it will lead to better technology, both in terms of process technology, both in terms of the control technologies, both. And then this data, once available, can be used for further studies which were initiated during that period. What Mr. Goel mentioned about the source apportionment study, the first study was initiated during 2008 for all the 5 major cities, metropolitan cities in the country. So that lead to the action plan now, what need to be done. And that's is still a basis for all the actions which have been taken in Delhi, which started from that. So the technological upgrades and resource efficiency was the major decision at that time, thought process. As the digital technologies enhances enforcement efficiency also. The data is available online and even preventive measures can be taken. And the secondary step that came after that was the SEMS in a big way. SEMS was there to bring efficiency in the control side now, to improve the control mechanism, to have a compliance of 24 into 7 rather than having a compliance when the board people go and do a sample after 3 months or 6 months. So the aim was to have a clean air catalyzed for broader sustainable development. Because when we talk about the development, we talk about the air quality, but it's not the air quality. The co-benefits talk about the climate change aspect, the co-benefit takes about the damage to the environment, the health impact, the time lost for the health, and all this money spent. So the aim was to have a better air quality, integration of artificial intelligence as far as possible available at that time, better innovation technologies for control, better technologies for monitoring. And then the aim was that clean air is not only good for the public health, is not only good for the sustainable development, but it laid the foundation basically for future development and growth, which need to be shared, not just for improving the air quality, but as a responsibility for present and future generations. So that was the aim or thought process envisioned at that time. So, but a lot of things have moved forward, but still some new changes need to
I'll
be
come
brought.
to that point, Kamitra sir, during the specific issues which I am going to ask you during that point. Dr. Rakesh Kumar sir, what your from the research body and pioneer institution, when we talk about clean air today, what do you see the biggest challenge in actually achieving it into the ground level? And can you just elaborate on this subject?
I think what Dr. Kamayotra just now pointed out, it was complete spectrum where you need to look at all of them together. What has happened is that, so I'll start with the problem statement and then challenges. Mostly when we looked at air pollution problems in the 60s and 70s, it was very severe in certain pockets. And those who live in Mumbai, they know about Chembur, which was called gas chamber. And that was the time when a lot of science and technology and monitoring came together. And I would say that one should take pride in saying that what Chembur used to be in 60s and 70s, even till 80s, has now become much, much more cleaner. Probably younger generation will not be able to appreciate. In those days, if you move around in white shirt, in 2-3 hours in Chembur, you will get it, blackish color on that. So that was an example which was probably done where monitoring was there, control was there, modeling was also done. And since Naresh is also sitting here, in those days, Professor Patil had done a box model to figure out how much sulfur emission could be allowed from Tata Power. Those days, I'm talking about in 80s, and that's the number which is still being used, is still being used. 24 kg per day, right? Something like that. This number we remember because we also did the same model when we were studying our MTech courses in IIT, right? So the challenge from that, when you look at that scenario as a scenario where it worked out, after that what we started doing is whenever air pollution issue came, we started doing more monitoring. So we had three stations, we had 6 stations, now 24 stations. In some places we have probably more, and you have more experience of monitoring, which is nothing wrong. I think we should do more and more monitoring, but that was not combined with action for reducing the emission. and that is where we failed. So technology and implementation was something which was left little behind. Monitoring went ahead a lot, and that's where we saw the mismatch. Currently, if we can bridge that gap, probably we'll do a better job as we move ahead. So I'll stop here.
Yes, Naresh, what is your view on this? Because I will ask the specific question later on, but this is a general question I'm asking. What about your industries, Tata as a Tata Power, Tata Group scenario on this clean air today? What are your policies?
Hello. Uh, as far as Tata Group, Tata Power is concerned, actually, Jamshedji had a view of having clean, cheap, and abundant air, energy in the city of Mumbai. So the Jamshedji started with this vision, and even Tata Power started with the hydropower plant initially. Initially in in 1910 era. So our vision, group's vision was very clear that we will always go into the clean air, clean energy portfolio, and we started from that point of view with hydro projects and providing power to the city of Mumbai, and slowly we moved into the city of Mumbai basically, and that too with a view to provide a clean air, clean energy to the mills basically. And we set up this Trombe power plant in the Chembur area so that the power can be provided to the mills, those who are located in Dadar and Paral area, where they earlier used to burn coal and a lot of things used to happen. So we started with that concept, and again the second concept came up of utilizing the waste residue from the refineries. So that was again a concept wherein the power plant started using that sort of residue and converting it into the energy and providing it to the city of Mumbai. So we are always there in the clean energy aspect and providing a clean solutions to the consumers. Today also with Tata Power, 100% importing coal and generating energy and providing clean energy to the city of Mumbai, though we call it as in clean energy, because if you look at the characteristics of the coal, the way sir is saying ki, 24 metric tons of the SO2 emissions, which was there right from the beginning. But our aim is to provide the clean energy along with the clean air. And today we talk about FGD, but the plant started with FGD only in 1980s, 1985. So we were the first one who introduced FGD as a part of the package itself, right from the inception of the plant. So our aim is always towards the providing a clean and sustainable energy, looking at the environmental point of view. Only thing is that if you look at the present changing scenarios, changing things which are very dynamic, like today, if I'm putting an equipment and analyzers, tomorrow there is some new regulation which is coming and which is saying that, you need to do this, you need to again calibrate this, change this and all. So these are putting up a lot of cost pressure to the consumer. See, ultimately, power business is 100% based on the consumers, how much consumer is going to pay. And if you seriously look at, there are 2-3 players which are providing powers. So consumer is always looking for a cheap power. But today there is no factor saying that this company is providing a clean and green power. So you need to pay 10 paisa or 15 paisa more. Are you ready, consumers? So I don't know whether we need to have this type of shift wherein consumer itself will be choosing that transition. They will be choosing the power from a reliable and having a green energy tag, and the consumer is ready to pay the additional amount which they feel that it is good for their future or good for the company's future. So this transition, I think we need to bring into the culture in the system.
Okay.
And that is what is I feel, sir.
Mr. Bhatia, you are into the sales and business of Thermax. How do you see the current scenario of the getting a lot of complaints from the citizens on the getting a not good air. They want clean air. What is the policy from the Thermax on the manufacturing of the purifiers? Because there are, you can see in Delhi or even in Mumbai, lot of indoor air purifiers are coming up. So is it necessary or you are just marketing the things?
Hello. Yeah, good question, Vidyadhar sir. See, as such, indoor air quality monitoring, earlier Thamax used to do it almost 2-3 decades before. That is basically for certain laboratories or museums where they used to preserve books or in libraries as such where 200 years old book, if you see because of the sulfur contamination, the paper get brittle, and so there in those labs and some precious paintings used to be there, they used to get eroded. So there was a need, but now that need slowly it has coming into the every day-to-day door requirement is basically that something before we have not taken care, that is why this stage has been reached. If you see the present norms, the industrial, there's an now government is taking good steps in terms of shift of fossil fuels to agro-based fuels where they have comparatively lesser emissions and uh, the dust loads are getting lower, than the circular economy of recycling is coming into picture. So if we try to control, I think just previously Dr. Rakesh, we started from emission monitoring. Earlier we used to do only emission monitoring and certain data used to come, but proper actions were not visible. Now those actions as such, they are not only, the second question comes to, on the air pollution equipment. If emission monitoring system is not delivering you the required emission, let's see what's wrong with the air pollution systems. Then you go to the air pollution, do some kind of adjustment, settings on the TR sets and so on. But the air pollution is nothing, what it takes in, it gives you out. It doesn't generate anything out of its own. So then there we need, there's some process corrections are to be there. That then now user industries is also thinking on those lines, that what are the basic low polluting fuels I can do, because if we can capture something at source, it is one of the best things. Then really there will be lesser loads on the pollution system than the monitoring systems. So this is the whole ideology shift, I can say, which is happening, how I can detect or stop something at source so that my balance of the plant will get a lesser load and things get improved. It's not more of a business, but we are thinking from making this environment more safe. So I don't see, if we control on that side, air quality, air purifier or something, it's may not be much required at a later stage. But that is an ideal situation which can happen.
Okay. There is one common question to both the stalwarts sitting on left and right hand of my side. See, nowadays, sir, you are in Delhi, you are in Mumbai, and you have seen Mumbai scenario, you have seen Delhi scenario. Honorable Supreme Court and Judiciary is also stressing hard for the clean air. And Delhi, new verdicts are coming up. There is a CAQM in Delhi. Now they are proposing CAQM type in Mumbai also, in MMR regions. Everybody, even kids are talking about AQI, Air Quality Index. You know the standard which was set up by ambient air quality, it is a decade old now, almost. And everybody, every citizen wants the standards to be as par with the Singapore or European standards. During your tenure in CPCB, the standards were formulated. Way back in 2016, something around that, when our ex-minister, Mr. Javadekar sir, was there. So, there is need to strengthen those standards, looking into the Indian city scenario at present, or shall we stick up to the same standard right now uh, as, as per the CPCB protocol? This is my very critical question. And on this basis of whatever you say, I will have a volley of question on that. Come, Yatro sir.
Yeah, so it's a really a very ticklish question. When we framed this standard in 2010, 2009, sorry, 2009. So, yeah. So, at that time, the available scenario was taken into consideration. Some of the standards at that time even were more stringent than the WHO guidelines, and some were relaxed. Looking at the data that has been collected over the years, and especially during the COVID period, it still seems that we cannot meet the WHO guidelines. In terms of few parameters, we cannot meet. So that means there is a need to relook into the standards vis-a-vis the Indian scenario, what can be best achieved. And we need to also look into that. When WHO talks about making the standards stringent in the 2021 guidelines, they had relaxed the access to standards, but they have made the a PM 2.5 standard more stringent. So if we sit on the regulator side, we just point is, if WHO wants to have at parity with the standards, let them have a standard of SO2 equivalent to the Indian standard, rather than having a relaxed standard, and then we try to look into that. Or they look into the Indian scenario and fix the standard for the Indian conditions vis-a-vis the COVID period. And that's the time when we talk about standards stringent from what we have. But I still feel that rather than having a standards applicable from the day it is notified, we should have a target-based standard that after 5 years, this is my target to achieve. After 10 years, this is my target to achieve. And that will bring into the policy innovations also in that to achieve those standards.
I'll come to you the target-based standards. Now it's almost 16 years. The same standards are. But there is no specified, even the Pollution Control Board or Government of India. Now this National Clean Air Program goes for 30% of the reduction in the PM ambient air quality issues. So there is nothing mentioned on the target-based standards. As an ex-CPCB member secretary, CPCB is looking into the new standards and how the challenges can be made on this, if it is applicable shortly. Because I know the research is going on in this scenario, and outcome may come within 1 or 2 years. So, only a question to Dr. Rakesh Kumar also, both because you are into the research field also, and you are heading the committees at CPCB also.
I think it's a very tricky question which you formulated, and you are the best person to answer. But if you want a different perspective, I would say that when 2009 standards came, of course, whatever condition and the knowledge which was there, that was used to make those standards. Currently, I see there are few challenges which have come up after 2009. So I'll answer the first question on WHO. WHO standard you cannot meet even even if you want to do everything closed the way COVID happened and we had closed everything. Even in those times, we did not meet WHO standards, right? So since India is a tropical country, you will have natural dust because we have 8 months of dry season and about 3-4 months monsoon, and that 3-4 months also you have rainy days much lesser than other countries. So what happens is we should definitely not try to achieve that WHO particulate matter standard. So I'm currently on the particulate matter part of it. The second is that why we are struggling with meeting the standard of 2009 is that it has made uniform for all the areas. Earlier we had industrial area, commercial area and residential area, the older standard. And now that we have made it uniform, so you need to meet the standards even at curbside, next to the road. next to an industry inside MIDC or whichever industrial area, and therefore we are struggling. So what is needed is probably relook at some of these site-specific standard, which is achievable. And if you read the basic criteria of a standard development, it has always been that what is achievable you start looking at on from the option of implementation, cost, and technology available. Right, best technology available, currently available, all those concepts which were there. Suddenly we forgot few of them. I think we need to revisit these again.
As you rightly said, sir, you need to revisit. Dr. Kametra, sir, what is the timeline has been specified for the revisiting these standards? Because everything is, all economy is depend on these standards. You heard few days back, Madam Gopinathan also at US said something on the air pollution. So this is the time India, whether we should adopt these standards or not. The new standards, which is the research is going on.
Yes, there is a need to relook into the standards, that what can be achieved and what not can be achieved. That's the first thing. And when I said that we need to have a target-based standard, the reason was we are coming out with an action plan. And every time the data comes, it is a non-compliant. If I have an action plan which needs to be complied with the next 3 years, then my target is 3 years ahead. So it will not be treated as a non-compliant, but it will be treated that I am moving towards that goal. Otherwise, every document or every newspaper you see, not meeting the norm, not meeting the norm. So is it better to have a not meeting the norm, or it better to have a target which I will achieve in the 3 years? And this target may not be uniform for all the country, entire country. Cities like Delhi may have a very specific problem which cannot be resolved in 3 or 4 years. They need 5 years. Maybe other cities need 3 years or 2 years. So we need to work out on a strategy based on the available data, that what should be the time specific for category A, class 1 cities, class 2 cities, or class C, or metropolitan city, or cosmopolitan city. We need to work on that. And along with that, we need to improve our monitoring further using the AI tools, because presently we only talk about analyzer-based system or chemical method. We need to look into the other method like the sensor-based system. We need to look into the satellite-based trajectory. We need to look into the AI or machine language also for that, as was explained in the morning, that the local response program under that. So we need to strengthen our monitoring network. Otherwise, we will be just focusing on 500 cities for which we have the data, and the rest cities will be outside the purview of those.
Sir, this, I can debate on this for an entire 10 to 12 hours on all this issue. On a sensor technology or analyzer technology or mobile-based technology. I'm on a specific question to the Naresh Patil. Is that you are one of the power generating sector and one of the largest emitter of the sulfur dioxide. As you know, the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board is going for India's first emission trading scheme for SO2, because Gujarat has have a PM. What is your approach on implementation of this emission trading scheme in Maharashtra, as US is also already implementing this and Gujarat is for the PM? What is your thought on the introduction of emission trading scheme by Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, and how is the industry is viewing this new approach by this regulator?
Hello. If you look at the current scenario, there are various power plants in the state, in the country even, and if you look at various implementations or various regulations which are recently have published by MOEF about the FGDs and all. So sometimes, as an industry also, like we also have various thermal power plants in the other states in India. And one of the notification which was recently implemented related to FGD, so our 2-3 plants have got impacted because we are through with the entire FGD constructions, and suddenly the area goes into category C, and then there is no need of the FGD, and we have invested already 300, 400 crores of our rupees there.
Uh, that is a very debatable question,
Question.
whether
So,
FGD is needed or not.
correct, correct.
That all
So,
depends on the coal which you are getting and also the technology.
correct, correct.
And this, I think Niri has given, one scientist has given the verdict on, George has given the verdict on that also. But
Correct.
my question is specific on the emission trading scheme of Maharashtra.
Yeah, so thing is that the scheme which is already under implementation by MPCB, and we are also welcoming that scheme. We also had a round of discussions with the entire team. The team has visited our sites also, and we are looking forward towards the scheme, very good implementation part. Only there are certain, ups and downs in the schemes which we need to understand from the industry perspective, how the current norms will be adhered to after the implementation of the schemes, how a big player are going to get benefited, how small players are not going, how small players are going to get benefited, and how the air shed aspect it is going to take place. Like if I am in Mumbai, if someone is in Navi Mumbai area, Chembur, Taloja area, how it is going to work and how the air shed is going to be calculated. So that is one of the, and we also as in power plant, we have also given some inputs to the scheme for their consideration. Because the power plant operations have become very flexible nowadays. Daytime the operations are goes to a minimum level. Evening time they goes to again a peak. They take a peak load in the evening and in the morning. And all these aspects, we have given certain inputs to be considered into the scheme. But yes, as Dr. Modgare said, we are welcoming. We are, joining the schemes also, and we will be there whenever there are certain help required or there are certain
This
demonstrations.
Maharashtra will be the launching the mock trading in a shortly on a emission trading scheme for the sulfur dioxide, and in a phase-wise manner, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, within a month's time, and the live trading will be going something around April or May. To Bhatia, Mr. Suresh, in your experience, what are the common or practical issues prevent the pollution control equipment from delivering the expected result on the ground? I have seen as a Thermax, when you see the recently on a FGD issues, the placing of the instrumentation and delivering the order of FGD, it takes longer time and whole the scenario has collapsed. There are 730 plants all over India, and there was a mandate way back in 2017 for the implementation of FGD. Later on, type 1, type 2, type C, ABC, type A. What is your experience in delivering this kind of instrument, sophisticated air pollution equipment to the vendors? Why the time is lagging?
Oh, you are trying to say कि after this FGD norms implementation, it has not been into that phase. If I just time. Okay. I think the basic reason is FGD's implementation norms for the SO2 after this come. There are 2-3 major issues I can see. One is it has a certain capex cost. As well as on the apex operating cost also is there, which as a producer of power, if for example installing an FGD is costing about maybe 80 paisa or 1 rupee per unit or so, the producer has to either put it on the consumer or within their profits they cannot absorb it as such. So this is one of the reason that producers are trying to find a solution and a way out of it, or government is offering subsidy, because suddenly increasing that amount and putting an additional burden on the end consumer is also may create some chaos within the country. And other challenge is, the limited uh, people, particularly for utility-based power plants of 250 megawatts or above and so, where the number of players are limited. Looking into the total power production in India and the timeline what government has enforced, even and the cycle time for an FGD ranging from 14 months to 18 months or even 2 years. And if we distribute even to the all the suppliers also, then also within that timeline everybody cannot install an FGD. So those are certain challenges I can say, which have been seen. But yes, slowly and steadily, may not be on those deadline, but things will come into the platform, I can see.
Specific question to Dr. Rakesh Kumar, sir. We're talking about the clean air. And I have read your many articles on a LinkedIn and all over. You are working on a indoor air quality. And there are no standards as on specific. As on indoor air quality, where we stand right now in India or in Mumbai or Delhi, and what are the research and guiding policy and practice we can clearly enforce on indoor air quality standards in India?
So before we get into indoor air quality standards, I think first we should know that we spend our time, our whatever time that we spend from 24 hours, almost 90% of us particularly are spending indoors. And where the debate actually starts doing outdoors, obviously we feel that outdoor air pollution comes inside, which is okay. But there is a method of calculation which says how much indoor can get affected from outdoor. But overall, if you see, indoor air pollution is an issue, and that has been witnessed through various studies in India as well as elsewhere. With regard to making standards, we have stalwart Dr. Vijay Kulkarni sitting here. When he was in NGT, he directed CPCB to form a committee and look at the standard, and I was part of that committee. So we had recommended, the document is already ready, but is sitting at CPCB right now. Current status is only that. But what is recommended there is that right now, something which we understand very well is carbon dioxide levels, right? There are other pollutants as well, hydrocarbons, ozone, molds, mildews, some other TVOCs, various parameters. In fact, if you see indoor ka list, it is more than 40 lists which is there. But we said, why not we start with carbon dioxide, because we know that after 800 ppm carbon dioxide levels, your attention span starts reducing. And sometime in conferences when people are sleeping, it's not because the speaker is boring, but it's because the CO2 values have gone up. The same thing is true in the classrooms as well. The teachers may not be boring. IIT classrooms, recent study has shown that the CO2 values are reaching up to 1200, 1400, right? You sit in your car in Ola and Uber, which I have been doing this measurement myself. Your CO2 values starts from 450, shoots up to 1300, 1500, and if it's longer than 1 hour and you have not had windows open, it will even go up to 3000. Now what happens because of 3000 is that you are sleepy, you get headache, you get less so-called hemoglobin exchange with air, and you get blue vein syndrome. So you can actually see it, your veins start becoming bluish. So we as a group of people who understand this, and we are trying to understand, we need to bring this awareness of indoor air quality much faster, much sooner, and it's easy to tackle. Outdoor is much more difficult and complex as we have seen it. So I'll stop here.
Amitra sir, is any government of India is working on indoor air quality right now, standards?
Presently, there is no such proposal because it's felt that ambient air quality is not covered within the purview of the Air Quality Air Act. So there were some projects or some studies initiated in collaboration with IIT Delhi, but later on nothing much has moved forward.
So one more question to Kamitra sir. CPSCB is currently on a capacity building on a same certification because this is the AI world, and all the manual monitoring is going is absolute. And how you see the challenges on the same certification with very few authorities are there for the calibration and certification. Where do India stands, and what are the key challenges in development of the SIMS market in the coming years?
Uh, in National Physical Laboratory coming out with a certification mechanism is a big step forward. But still, a lot of strengthening needs to be done. One first thing is that we talk only about the CAL 1. We are not talking about CAL 2, we are not talking about CAL 3, we are not talking about ATS. That means we need to have good laboratories certified for the calibration during CAL 2, CAL 3 and ATS. These need to be done by either the state boards or the center board or the Ministry of Environment and Forest to be at uniformity and par and decide which laboratory will be given the auditor role for calibration, either approved under EPA or meeting the norms specified by CPCB or that. That's the first point. Second is with the workload, NPL need to strengthen its capacity. And with the present number of applications coming, it's really a gigantic task for NPL to accomplish within a short period of time. So one thought process can be that we can have multi-agencies for certifying these agencies, as done for a few other items like the vehicles. You have 3-4 agencies. For the noise, we have 3-4 agencies. So similarly, we can have a thought process on that. The other important point is we are only talking about SAMs in air quality. We are not talking about SAMs in water quality. So that's a big gap now. What will be required to be done? We need to have a similar agency for certification of SAMs under the affluent quality also, because the number is very, very large in that case also. And since the first introduction of SAMs in 2014, most of them have outlived their lives and the new system need to be installed. So the priority should be that we need to have indigenized systems so that the resources remain within the country, provide job within the country. So we need to look at that. And the most important question which comes now, SAMS is presently not in the regulatory regime. So we need to have some amendment in the Air Act or the Water Act or the Environmental Protection Act to make SAMS as a part of the regulatory regime rather than waiting for the physical verification to take action against the industry. So these are some of the steps which are required on priority or to be accomplished so that we have a better SAMS management system.
We need to have a recommendation on this. Already Government of India is working on that. Recently, now everybody is talking about the environment, and there is a vast area, the air, water, clean, net zero, and everything. As a Tata Power, Naresh, how are the power companies are adopting the net zero targets while keeping your operation competitive and reliable?
Yeah. We already have started working towards this, and our strategy is by 2045 we will be achieving the net zero target. And today, if you look at our portfolio, we have around 16 gigawatt of power. So 45-46% is already a green portfolio today, if you consider Tata Power. And by 2030, by 2030, we are targeting to have a portfolio of 70% green energy. Today we have thermal capacities, so by 2030 we are looking for 70-30, like 70% our generation will come from green energy and 30% will be a conventional energy, which is there right from the beginning. So when we started this, actually our ratio were 70-30, in the sense 70% was from the conventional energy and 30% was from the green energy. But now we are going towards this, and shortly we will be 70-30, and by 2045, we have a target of achieving a net zero carbon emission from all our plant operations. So we have a very aggressive plans of, getting into renewable energies. Recently, we are going to establish 2 pump storage units in Maharashtra itself, wherein one is 1000 megawatt in Karzat and second will be in Lonavala area for 1800 megawatt. And we are, actively looking for few more pump storage projects within the Maharashtra itself. And as committed by the group, we are, towards, achieving our net zero target by 2040, net zero CO2 emission target by 2040.
Okay.
Rakesh Kumar sir, one last question to you. From health and urban air quality perspective, what should be the India's primary focus areas today? From health and urban air quality perspective.
As I said, you ask very difficult questions. So if you look at source of studies that you yourself have seen, the list of action plans are too many, right? So I'm not sure all of that can be accomplished in one time, but something which can be fixed faster is your public transport system. And that is where you will get the most benefit of air quality, because if you take care of one bus, right, it replaces 20 cars. Besides that, it also gives you road for your emergency services to move and everything else to move. So one is, you are looking emission per capita, it will reduce once your public transport happens. And the second is that all that cars which is there on the road is unnecessary, creating stress and so-called exposure to a lot of people. So that exposure values will also reduce quite a lot. I would say that is the starting point for most of the urban areas, because we are widening road, and it's very interesting study. I'll share that data separately somewhere. When I was looking at data, how much additional roads that we have created in Mumbai and Delhi. A very interesting thing, in last 10 years, we have added almost 40% more roads in terms of widening. Okay. And how much we have added in terms of footpath? In fact, we have reduced 9 to 11% in Mumbai. We have reduced footpath, and in Delhi we have reduced about 7%, much less than this. So what happens when you reduce footpath? People are walking on the road. They are getting more exposed. Your public transport cars cannot move, so therefore you have more accidents and related issues. And when you monetize this air quality exposure, is humongous. So that cost of air pollution exposure to people, even if you take 5% of that cost, you can actually finance all your public transport. And somehow we see that this is being neglected across India. Meaning we can get into technology of this industry, this sector, that sector separately. That we should do all of that. But this is something which was there, and we have spoiled it, and we are spoiling it further. So the growth rate of roads are like this, growth rate of footpath are like this, and growth rate of your public transport is like this. You will not get benefit of the air pollution ever.
You have given the fact-finding figures of both Delhi and Mumbai. You can see the number of bridges are getting on. Even in Mumbai, many bridges are coming out, but you will not see the reduction in the traffic. Even in 2028, you will see the coastal road up to Borivali, but same thing will happen again in 2030. There will be a congestion. We had a wonderful study during, we have done with E&Y on a congestion study in Lower Parel, that how the people are rushing into the peak hours and non-peak hours. And it was a very well documented, and we suggested the Mantralaya, railways for the commuter choice program also during that time. And now it is somewhat implemented in the various organizations. That was way back when our Honorable Chairman Srivastav sir was there, when we initiated that commuter choice program. To closing question, because there are many other sessions, closing question to all the panelists. right from the starting from the Rakesh Kumar sir, then to Kamitra sir, then to you and Naresh. If you could suggest one practical steps that policymaker and industry should together in near terms, what would be? Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Bhatia. Would you suggest one practical step that policymakers and industry should take together in near terms? What will be in a one single sentence?
Policy changers.
Yeah, policymakers and industry should take, because we are from the industry side in the near.
See, from policy change, I believe normally the industry sees its, as I said you, there's no return of investment on such on air pollution control or this thing. So some subsidy or incentivizations of that whosoever is producing lesser emissions and so on. Certain benefits, if some policy change or some comes into picture, then definitely it will help the industry to go towards it. And about that, more than policy, I believe, as I was sharing in my presentation also, the felt and the urge from inside, if it comes that yes, we have to contribute to make this planet a better place, that will also help. But policy will definitely support them if it get incentivized. Yeah, thank you.
So I'll build on your Maharashtra's idea of SO2 trading. Why don't we do individual trading as environmental justice? If I am not emitting sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, this and that, I should be given that much money from the fellow who is doing it. That's what environmental trading is, like emission trading is. So that is cap and trade, right?
Cap and trade.
So
Cap and trade.
let's do cap and trade mechanism. Incentivize everyone. You will get money to implement things what we are trying to do.
Yeah. This is a new concept Maharashtra has cap and trade, and I think by April it will be live. Kamitra sir. On a policy and one step you can say, practical solution.
So as Rakesh ji mentioned and all this mentioned, so I just have one line to say that clean air, the industry and the government has to understand that the clean air for a sustainable tomorrow demands an integrated approach, where technological innovation is matched by strong compliance, governance and accountability. So this is what I want to say when we talk about both the role of the industry and the
Naresh.
Yeah. So one aspect which recently is coming up is a cap and trade. That is again a good option wherein you can always have a balancing activity. That is welcoming part. Secondly, as far as industries are concerned, policymaker also need to look at the non-organized sectors of the pollution, what we talk it as, like point source emission and non-point source emissions. Fine. So point source emissions, we have been covered in the policies, in the regulations and everywhere. But how to incorporate non-point emission sources and have a control measures over these aspects, that is also going to benefit a lot in long-term future. Sort of when the Kamitra sir talked about target-based sort of thing, give them target for the improvement of the area, give them target of 1 year, 2 year, a decade or so, and then bring it on the table along with the industries also. So that is again a suggesting part for the policymakers.
Hello. One or two questions from the audience. Kindly raise your hand. Only I will take two questions. Please give the mic. You please introduce. Come nearer. Come near, dear.
Hello. First of all, it was a very nice panel. I'm sure nobody will sleep listening to you, even if the CO2 levels go high. So thank you very much for that. I said nobody will sleep listening to you guys, even if the CO2 levels go high. So yeah, I am Atharva. We are a Mumbai IIT based company working in biotech for environment. So my question is related to the AQI. Recently, there was a study from SAFAR, that is Systems for Air Quality and Weather Forecasting Research, and IIT Kanpur, and they found out that the air pollution is 38% because of vehicles, and 18% because of construction activities, 14% I think because of industries, and rest is because of stubble burning. So my question is very specific. Are there any policies which are being targeted to reduce pollution, air pollution from construction activities and vehicles in cities? Thanks.
Yeah, there is a policies. The C&D waste rules are there. Is already there. Vehicular emission Ministry of Transport rules are there. Whatever the studies done by IIT Kanpur, it is based on the source apportionment studies done by NIRI and IIT Mumbai. And various factors are enumerated in the pie chart. And there is a clear-cut 42-point charter program given by the Government of India on a national clean air mission, which sector have to be targeted, and there is a implementation is going on. And I think government, with the help of all the stakeholders, are working on that. And I think we can see the reduction in the particulate matter in coming years. Please. Get the mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. Manoj Kumar Mishra here from Garware Institute of Career Education Development. I am still learning. So we have a subject called sustainability in terms of economics. So when we talk about the policy and strict norms, the manufacturer of equipment raises their price. Ultimately, it goes to the manufacturer of energy. They also implement and embed all these things to their energy pricing, and that ultimately go to the consumers. So no doubt we are stricting the norms for better environment, and no doubt we are creating jobs. But indirectly, aren't we increasing inflation? To Kamyotra sir and Vidyananda sir, and to the Rakesh sir, you talked about the healthy environment and healthy air pollution kind of thing. Recently, someone pointed out 38% is the vehicular emission. Why everything is talked about industry, not with respect to vehicular emissions? So how would you address this? Thank you.
Asking about the vehicular pollution.
Uh, Stricting the norms, increasing to the inflation for both you guys.
Or?
For you and Kamyotra sir, like how it is.
So if I understand your question correctly, they will add up what you're saying. That every time we make the laws stricter, it leads to more costly equipment and therefore compliance and therefore everything, and leads to inflation, and consumer suffers, right? And actually, a company like Thermax and Tata Power make more money. If I can say that in a okay. So I think they will answer that question. But point is, this was the cost which was not being paid by us in the past. Now that you have to follow the certain norms, you have to pay that cost. So in environment economics, since you are studying at Garware Institute, you are studying or you are teaching? Okay. So it is very clearly specified that something which has not been paid for now has to be paid later. Maybe you are paying now and you will be better off in the future. If you don't pay for another 10 years, the future generation will probably pay much more. So that's the economics of it. There is a detailed subject in this domain. The second question which you asked about the vehicles, that is a reality. The vehicular emissions, vehicles have become much more cleaner. Like you have BS6 vehicles on the road. Big cities, normally the average age of vehicle is in the range of about 4 to 6 years. You don't see 10, 12 years old vehicles very easily, very small percentage. Why are we having more emission from that? And the reason is that the per kilometer output from 1 liter of petrol has started becoming lower and lower because of congestion and traffic jams. So the same 1 liter was giving you 15 kilometers earlier. Now it is giving you 3 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers, because you're not moving. Although your car is cleaner, but emissions is much higher in a small area. And that is why we suffer more. I hope that answers. Rest of it we can possibly discuss later.
You want to add, sir? Thank you, panelists. I think we are coming to the end of this session, and it was a very good. I think it was stretched to more than 1.5 hours. Uh, Kindly bear us, organizer. Thank you, Mr. Suresh Bhatia. Thank you, my mentor, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, Dr. K.S. Kamyatra, sir, all the way coming from Delhi. Rakesh Kumar, sir, and Naresh Patil. Thank you, panelists, and audience for patiently hearing this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big hand, Dr. Modgare, sir? Thank you so much. That was such a wonderful and in-depth, analysis that you've done. Policy implementation and practical implementation obviously would need a lot of help from everyone, and it's a collaborative effort. And as Dr. Kumar also said, the cost that we pay now versus the cost that we pay later may be bigger. So I think so we have to take this in our hand. A big hand to them. A really wonderful session. And if I may request Sanyal sir, if you can please come on stage. We'd like to felicitate our guest of honors, our VIPs. So a big thank you. Firstly, we'd like to go ahead and felicitate Shri J.S. Kamyotra sir. Can we have a big hand for Kamyotra sir? Let's hear it for Kamyotra sir. Thank you so much for that lovely insight from you. Thank you. Let's have a big hand for Kamyotra, sir. We'd also like to thank Rakesh Kumar, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, Dr. Shri Rakesh Kumar, sir. Can we have a big hand for Kumar, sir? Let's hear it for Kumar, sir. Thank you so much. A big thank you to Shri Naresh Patil, sir. Thank you so much. A big hand to Naresh sir. Can we have a big hand for Naresh sir? And a big hand to Suresh Bhatia sir. Thank you so much, Suresh sir. Let's get our hands together for Suresh Bhatia sir. A big thank you. And last but in no means the least, the one who handled this wonderful session, let's give it up to the one and only Dr. Modgare sir. Can we have a big hand for Dr. Modgare? Thank you, Dr. Modgare, for insightfully, decisively and beautifully maneuvering this entire session. We'd request everyone to kindly come forward for a picture with Sanyal sir. Can we have one of our staffs to... Thank you so much. Let's have a big hand for them, please. If we can have the panelists showcase their mementos. A proud moment for everyone. Bhagyashree, if we can please join in. Akshay. Thank you. Let's get our hands together for them, please. A big hand for them, please. Thank you so much. Dr. Modgare, thank you so much. Dr. Kamyotra, Dr. Kumar, Naresh Patil, sir, and yes, and Suresh Bhatia, sir. Thank you so much. We have our lunch. We would request all our esteemed guests to kindly join us for our lunch in the delegate area, and we will meet you at 2 p.m. sharp. So I request all of you to kindly be here by 1:55 so that we can start on time at 2. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch. we will start our second session on hazardous waste management. We request all our guests, our esteemed speakers, panelists, and our exhibitors to join us. Last and final call before we start our second session, hazardous waste management. May we request the presence of all our esteemed guests, panelists, speaker members, and exhibitors and partners to join us. Our session partner for Thank you so much. May I request everyone to kindly take the seats in front. We're about to begin our second session for today, and we'll have opening remarks from Shri Ulhas Parlilkar sir, Global Consultant and former Director of Geocycles India. Can we have a big hand for Shri Ulhas sir? Can we have a big hand for Ulhas sir? Ulhas sir, if we can please have you on stage. A big hand. And may we request everyone to kindly occupy the seats in front.
Good afternoon. A warm welcome on this particular session on hazardous waste management. Welcome to all delegates, panelists, speakers, leaders, technology transfer people, consultants. Quite a few are there. Some of them are outside, some of them are inside, waiting for the others to come back into the session. It's indeed a privilege for me to give these opening remarks on the hazardous waste management. This is a subject which is at the intersection of the industrial growth, environmental protection, and the public health. And therefore, hazardous waste has to be managed in a very, very appropriate manner. India's rapid industrialization has brought a lot of benefits to the stakeholders in the country. But it has also led to steady increase in the hazardous waste generation across all sectors, particularly chemical, pharmaceutical, manufacturing, petrochemical, plastics, and others. Managing these wastes in a safe and compliant manner is something which is not just optionally important, but it is also a clear responsibility of we all. You know, when few years back, somewhere around 2008, when the first 2008 draft were notified, the majority of the focus of hazardous waste management was on disposal. That means you can send it for landfilling, you can incinerate it. But there was no policy provision to convert it into resource and utilize it. But if you look at 2016 regulation, the entire focus of the regulation has changed. The policy framework is changed from disposal driven to recovery driven. The importance of circular economy started playing a major role. Importance of utilizing hazardous waste started becoming critical. I had pleasure of building this particular concept of utilizing hazardous waste from different kinds of industries as resources in cement manufacture, and that finally led to inclusion of the co-processing technology in the hazardous waste management regulation. It was a real tough task because recovering value out of hazardous waste, particularly waste, was unheard of at that point in time. But now things have changed. People are looking at the waste management as not merely a matter of safe disposal, but it is also becoming a very important ingredient of the entire value chain that we have. So whether it is waste minimization at source, segregating and utilizing them, storage in a safe manner, scientific treatment, resource recovery, co-processing in industries, industrial symbiosis is becoming another very critical thing, and secure landfilling as the last option. So these are all getting aligned to ensure that the hazardous wastes are managed in an appropriate manner, in a compliant manner, and with full environmental stewardship. Regulatory frameworks such as the new hazardous waste management rules of 2016 have significantly evolved over a period of time. But its effective utilization, capacity building of the stakeholders onto these particular rules, and adoption of best available techniques to deal with hazardous waste management is still little bit away. And I think efforts are required towards that. We have to ensure that these technologies, are aligned to the regulation and are getting utilized in an appropriate manner. There is huge resource available in the hazardous waste, and this resource has to be tapped, because if we don't, it's going to go into the landfills or into the arena from where they can never be recovered back. So I'm happy, that these platforms like this Envirotech are playing a crucial role in bringing together the policy, technology, and practicing people so that the knowledge gets enabled. There is a substantial exchange of information. There are showcasings of innovative technologies, and also collaborations are getting fostered. So I must appreciate the efforts being put in by the Envirotech, and I'm sure they will bear fruits in days to come. This session on hazardous waste management provides an excellent opportunity to discuss the practical solutions and then share ground level of experiences and also explore how circular economy can be built into the hazardous waste management. Advanced treatment technologies is something which is very crucial today, and they need to be adopted, and that's where I think a lot of effort is required, and value addition by way of building new business models are required to be done, and I think that is where a lot of input that will happen in this discussion will come about. So I very eagerly look forward to the insightful discussions, meaningful interactions, and actionable takeaways that will strengthen India's hazardous waste management ecosystem and support sustainable industrial development. With these words, I wish to give my best wishes for all the panelists and success in the deliberations that are going to happen. Lastly, I did take this opportunity to thank the organizers of Envirotech, to the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, and particularly to Sri Gurav sir, who suggested that I should come and share my opening remarks in this particular session. My best wishes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big hand to Shri Ulhas Parlikar sir? Thank you so much for your opening remarks. Really nice. Please have a seat. For our next session, we would have on stage Mr. Somnath Malgar sir, Director, Mumbai Waste Management Limited for hazardous waste, circulation and processing is the topic. May I request with a huge round of applause, Shri Somnath Malgar sir. So green to move forward, red to move behind. You want this mic or this mic? This is okay.
Good afternoon all. Thank you Envirotech for this opportunity to speak on hazardous waste management as well as circular economy and how it is evolving into the recycling and pre-processing, co-processing as a hazardous waste. There is a change in the regulations like our Ulhas Parlikar Sahab already has mentioned about the changes which has happened in last 2 decades, 3 decades from the disposal to the circular economy and utilization of the hazardous waste, which is need of the hours. So I once again welcome you all, and after post-lunch session, normally technical session is a bit difficult, so I request all, I just try to see that it should be interactive session so that at least we can get. So let us start with this presentation. This is, I am Somnath Malgar. This is representing the Resustainability Group, formerly known as the Ramki Group. So Ramki became a Resustainability because changing sustainability environment is the most important things now. There is a technical glitch for the presentation. Meantime, see, basically in this presentation, in this discussion, we talk about the hazardous waste and especially emphasize on the utilization of the hazardous waste in best possible way. That is a eco-friendly and without damaging in the environment. These things. Yeah. Now, what it matters? First of all, why we have to handle the hazardous waste? That where will we start with this particular activity? This is a contest is rising industrialization. Definitely, industrialization is required for our to meet our day-to-day daily need for that. And why hazardous waste management is required? It's a management which including the disposal as well as the utilization of the things. This is to management is very important to mitigate the risk to environment, human health, and ecosystem. So this is very important. The objective is what is the hazardous waste? In this presentation, we will just brief you what is hazardous waste, then link with circular economy, how now it is linked to the circular economy. If we go just 2 decades back, so then there was only the hazardous waste means only disposal is the option. Now this is linked to the circular economy. Then again further, this is a pre-processing and Indian regulation framework. There is a lot of changes has happened. Anyway, that is again we are going to discuss in this panel discussion after this. Current scenario and future works. What are the things which is covering in this presentation today? So definition of the hazardous waste. What is called as a hazardous waste? If we talk about if we not go with the much into technical, the waste which is processed, if it is not processed, it will impact to the environment, that is air, water, soil contamination, that we call as a hazardous. This is chemical residue solvents, or batteries, electronic waste. These all are the hazardous waste. Hazardous waste, again there is a different like electronics waste is also having some hazardous waste. Our domestic hazardous waste is also there. All the things, again there is a hazardous part is there. Source is mostly industries. The hazardous waste is mostly generated from the industries. That is one of the major sources there. And characterization, we talk about the definition, technical definition of the hazardous waste. It is totally based on the CRIT criteria. If you study the entire hazardous waste rules, it is totally based on CRIT criteria. That is corrosive, reactive, ignitable, and toxic. If any of the waste having these characteristics, so that is we call it a hazardous waste. This is the CRIT criteria. So this is entire rules is based on that. If we talk about the general definition of the hazardous waste, if any waste which is not attended properly, it is not handled properly, then it lead to the environmental damage, that is called as a hazardous waste. These are the technical and so entire based is the CRIT is the entire these things for that. So there is a guidelines is there, Basel Convention, that is the global framework for hazardous waste management restriction, that is one is there. India's the first rule came of hazardous waste is 1986. So this is also our Bhopal gas incident is in 1984. When this incident is happened, that time there was no rules to under which rules we have to be talk, under which rules we have to be held responsible for the industries kind of that. So after that incident, this hazardous waste rules formed in 1986. That is the first hazardous waste rules. Thereafter, there is a many amendments in the rules recent in 2016, and thereafter some small amendments in till 2024 also. There is further going on that. But after 1986, first amendment in 2000. So thereafter there is a frequent amendments is there. So then the priorities and industrialization more than, see, ultimately when we are growing, whenever globally we are growing, then definitely our need is also increasing. We are globalizing in that case. Based on the need, industrialization is also more required. So accordingly the rules, amendment and circular economy has to be think of that. So this is a circular economy. It is an the waste which has to be used, utilizes, recovery, reprocess, reuse, recycle, even upcycle. These are the things which we used to do. That is a circular economy. The pre-processing of the hazardous waste. What is the pre-processing? Now most of the industries, many of the industries over that now pre-processing is one concept. The waste, whatever possible to utilize that heat energy after removing some toxicity, after making the proper combinations, after proper chemical fixation, Based on the compatibility, we will do that these things. This is basically physical separation. Then size reduction is there, shredding, analysis, mixing with the different combinations of the waste. So this is pre-processing. After doing pre-processing, that will go for the co-processing for the cement industries. So this is again separate facilities are required for the pre-processing because different industries generating different waste. Maybe different few industries waste to put together and make a homogeneous and make a proper fuel to the industries. That is we cannot as a non-polluting and good fuel for the industries. Yeah. So this is a regulatory requirement for the pre-processing. Again, this is part of the circular economy. There is authorization is required by the State Pollution Control Board. For the industry should have the authorization to do the waste and for the pre-processing. Then standard operating procedure has to be followed for that. Then record keeping and safety compliance this is applicable for both the sites, generator as well as the operator of the facility, either pre-processing or CHW, TSDF. So here one thing I just wanted to mention, there is for the pre-processing there is a many peoples are there. There is a two things, set of things are there. One is a CHW, TSDF. Before 2016, only CSW, TSDF were there. That is a common hazardous waste treatment storage disposal facilities. So after that, when this new rules amendment is starting for the pre-processing, many standalone pre-processing facilities are coming with the requirement. So what if we compare with the pre-processing facilities and the common facilities followed by the pre-processing? Because these infrastructures or common facilities are which is having in India almost 25, 26 facilities in the country. So these facilities are having very high-tech equipment, space, storage areas and all. In that pre-processing is one small part, so that can be processed in that existing infrastructures and it can make a better combination, better blendings, better mixing with a proper testing which is approved, MOEF approved laboratories are there in that such facilities. This is one part. Another important part for the industries to make the choice or make the decision for having this, because hazardous waste handling or sending, generating is a liabilities. So when we send any of the hazardous waste or any of the material we can there is a possibility, there is a 100% possibility for the recycling, reuse, this thing. Similarly, hazardous waste is also can be pre-processed or recycled, whatever. But 100% recycling or 100% pre-processing is not happening in that case. So in that case, the whatever leftover is there, so that has to be again go safely to the CSW, TSDF. If the same premises, same facility is having, then industry is 100% liability free. Whatever is go for the pre-processing, it will send for the pre-processing, followed by co-processing, then balance will be disposed of. If any other standalones are there, if any rejects by the cement industry, because they have their own, these are the minimum infrastructures and guidelines for the pre-processing, they are not meeting the guidelines, then cement industry set back to the again for the pre-processing. In that case, again, it has to be disposed of. Again, there is a economics is involved into that. Again, there is a compliance related issues are there. So now, if especially we talk about the Maharashtra, any cement industries are not in the range of 700, 600 kilometers from here one way. So 1400 kilometers, 1200 kilometers, again it will travel back. So in that case, again carbon footprint is increasing into it. So these are the things is that then it is simple, then whichever is suitable based on the technical it will go. So these are the pre-processing. Circular economy, again reduce waste at the source, this is very, very important. Then recycle, reuse, reprocess, this is a maximum we have to do, and now the guidelines is supporting very much which compared to the earlier into that. So that is after that, if anything is not possible to recycle, reuse, reprocess, then only it will go for the landfill or incineration. That is the last option for that. But maximum we have to do that, and this is the circular economic way. This is a current scenario in India. Hazardous waste collection, segregations, rules is there, pre-processing, this is there, co-processing is there. Implementation of hazardous waste tools across the states, very well hazardous waste implementation done in the country. This is a Maharashtra in that very one of the 100% proper implementation since the beginning. Biomedical and hazardous waste, these are the two waste which is 100% implemented properly, and it is handling for that. And policy evaluation, integration, circular, EPR associates, these are the new current scenario which is focusing in India for the further growth. These are the challenges and gaps for the pre-processing which I explained you what are the challenges for the pre-processing for the facilities and what are the pros and cons for the CHW, TSDF followed by the pre-processing and standalone the challenges which are there. Then technical storage pre-processing, then hazardous classification because again is a huge laboratories is required, very technical infrastructure is required for that. State pollution control monitoring is there. Data gaps also there because generation, sending to the pre-processing or co-processing facilities, the mass balance, there is a lot of gaps is there that has to be generated versus disposal and utilization of the waste. This is again economics for the recycling disposal is also very, very important. These are the challenges and gaps. So about Mumbai waste management, this is one of the largest pre-processing and hazardous waste disposal facility in the country in terms of the capacity. So we'll just take you through the overview of the site so you can understand what are the infrastructures which India is having for disposal of hazardous waste. I will just take you through this. So this is the capacity is 3,50,000 metric ton per annum handling capacity is there for hazardous waste. And again is the pre-processing now additional into that. This is again, there is a robotic systems are there, proper systems which is utilizing, that is a comprehensive analysis, waste acceptance criteria, disposal pathways, collection, transportation, waste samples, segregation, fingerprint analysis. These are the various aspects is there. Then after doing this all process, first it will go for the pre-processing. Then if it is not possible for the pre-processing, co-processing or utilization of the hazardous waste, in that case again it will go for the landfill. That is again secured in a landfill. So what is landfill also I will show you to understand you better, landfill after treatment and incineration. So this is the last disposal option. If anything is not possible, that is a solution. So these are the capabilities requirement for the in pre-processing and hazardous waste. These are the infrastructures which pre-processing is basic infrastructure is required, which we are having and we are doing the pre-processing huge quantity. Shredder, AFRF material, there is a alternative fuel recovery. That is, we call it as a, not a pre-processing, we call it as a AFRF. That is a alternative fuel recovery facility. So this is a vehicles, dedicated vehicles. So this is again this Mumbai waste management. This is belongs to resustainability company. So today, India 7 million tons of hazardous waste is handled by us annually. Annually 7 million tons of hazardous waste. 5,000 tons per day we are recycling, and another more than 5,000 tons we are pre-processing across the country. The facilities are present in 10 countries across the India, and India's 70% of hazardous waste is handled by us. Now it is followed by the pre-processing. So there is a 10 countries in not only in India, in different countries we are managing the hazardous waste. Singapore, USA, Middle East. So these are there. This is again circular economy which we are talking about. This is no more disposal facility. So even the name has been also changed Ramki to resustainability, because we are not only the disposal, we are into the sustainability. Not only sustainability, it's the resustainability for the industry. So this is all the circular these things. So these are the various collections. Even circular economy not only related to the hazardous waste. Again, this is a municipal solid waste. So these are the collections. Recovery facilities are there for the municipal solid waste, trash handling. So this is again dedicated waste collection and transportation systems. So this is a waste to energy plant in Delhi. We are generating 24 megawatt power from the municipal solid waste. So this is a facility which is started in 2014 till it is operating 24 megawatt per day is the capacity which we are generating. This is India's first 5th generation waste to energy plant. Again, this is in Hyderabad. This is recently we started. It is again here we are generating somewhere 2 plants are there put together from 44 megawatt per day we are generating. This is local these things and global way we are doing this. Is the environmental control services which we are doing for the construction, demolition waste, C&D waste. Nowadays this is a challenge is for the now hazardous waste well known, biomedical well known, e-waste we know that. Now another challenge is which is coming for the construction C&D waste, construction and demolition, when construction is happening. So that is the one facility, that is the construction and demolition waste. So this is a rehabilitation of dump sites. This is another one is there. So recovery at scale landfill gas. This is again the biogas which is generating from the municipal solid waste. We are generating the biogas. From that biogas only we are we are using the vehicles for the collection of the vehicles, whichever you see in, but not in this Mumbai. We are having this facility in Hyderabad, Chennai and all. So this is again the gas which is used for using that ghanta gadi, whatever we say, that is running from that vehicles. So this is recovery at scale. This is a material recovery facilities in Dubai. This is the total, whatever the plastic, paper, everything is collected in entire Dubai. So this is recovered, recycled by us. This is a plastic recycling facility again in a different facilities. Even whatever the biomedical waste, when we talk about, there is a lot of plastics is there, saline bottle, IV tubes and all. From that we having a recycling facility, we recycle that, and from that plastic again we use the non-chlorinated plastic bags for collection of the biomedical waste. This is a red, yellow color which is required as per the guidelines. So this is again the circular economy for that waste. From that again we recovery, again we are using, putting into the system for that. This is India's integrated precious metal recovery facility. So we here in this plant we are recovering silver, platinum, gold from the various e-waste and precious metal related waste into that. So this is the industrial biomedical waste, TSDF. This is in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and India. We are having each and every state facilities. Various water treatment, innovation, and Singapore. This is again the Singapore collection systems, which is managed by us. This is even we have a facility, cycling and hazardous waste facility on the seas. That is a MARPOL. As per the Marine Pollution Act, there should be material receipt facility. So this is their MARPOL facilities. This is again deep technology integration. We have a technology integration. This is a social inclusion. Even our one of few plants that totally managed by the women. Our one Chennai plant, there are almost 300 people are working for the municipal solid waste collection, transportation and processing. That entire plant is operated with only women employees, including transgenders. So this is a key takeaways for that. Hazardous waste management is a key, environmental sustainability, circular economy, hazardous waste into the resource streams we use at a pre-processing is essential today to utilize maximum quantities there. India's regulatory framework, safe handling of the hazardous waste, continued focus needed for implementation of technology and governance, and especially this kind of events, organizations, seminars definitely will help to understand the need and understand what the technologies are there, what the people are doing around us, and how it can be utilized best, and how we can work toward this sustainable environment. So thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we have the mic? So thank you so much, Malgar sir. It was really wonderful. The insights that you gave on hazardous waste, the circularity and pre-processing. I think so. Parlikar sir touched the tip of the iceberg, but he did a deep dive. So very good. Thank you so much to both our speakers. We'll have the first question.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank Parlikar Sahib. We know you since the days we used to, 8 years back when we did programs on waste to energy. Okay, a brief introduction. I also happen to know Resustainability's, I think earlier you were known as Ramki, headed by Raghuttam Reddy Saab, and I think your current managing director, Mr. Masood Malik. So my earnest question for Resustainability is this. First of all, I'll introduce myself. I'm S. Dalvi, also practicing as an advocate at the Bombay High Court. I also wear another hat, which is the President Partnerships and Legal Counsel for Mission Energy Foundation. Now, this was a foundation which was set by Member Secretary Niti Ayog, Dr. V.K. Saraswat Saab, for thermal power plants. Now, I'll come to the question. There is a classification of waste which is emitted by thermal power plants, which is called fly ash. We come under the direct gamut of the environmental law, which is polluter pays principle, in which the penalties imposed, I think Kamyutra Saab has left from CPCB and the various state pollution control boards is in crores. So what we do is we do a bit of utilization of fly ash by advising, and of course Mahajanko is also a part of this, the thermal waste in the form of fly ash See, one way of disposing it, directly giving it to cement plants. But this has also been a lot of problems when it comes to giving it to fly ash brick manufacturer who doesn't even have an ESG in place. वो तो वो लाल ईंट भट्टी मैन्युफैक्चरर था who's now graduated to become a fly ash brick manufacturer. So do you have any programs or do you handle with this kind of waste? That was my question.
Yeah, sir, this is a very, very interesting question, and this is now the challenge is especially for the power plants which is on thermal base. So today fly ash scenario is in different states. Definitely there should be some framework has to be done. Further, there is a lot of work has to be done here. If you ask for the fly ash, the supply and demand, the both are different. If in Maharashtra, it is very difficult to get the fly ash, even you pay for that. So because here the constructions are more, bricks requirement is more, then again in cement the processing also they are using some fly ashes, these things. But when you go to the other areas like Rajasthan and all, there is a challenge for the disposal of the fly ash. But the best solution is again circular economy system. So we are doing some R&D on that. We have to set up some facilities which with our fly ash with proper binding systems. We make up proper bricks in where the low cost fly ash is available, and that can be sent it to the these things. But especially few industries, few plants, there is a challenge. Few plants, this is the opportunity. You go to nearby Maharashtra, whoever is generating the fly ash, there is an opportunity for that. They are selling. But in other places, they wanted to pay for it. And here people wanted to pay. So these are the gaps are there. This gap, anyway, we are working because our, being a core environmental organization, so our work is to R&D. We have a different R&D sites, even lead acid batteries, recycling. Now ELVs, electrical vehicles are coming. So after another 5-6 years, there is a different challenge for the disposal of the batteries and handling. So that work is already started. So many people are working. We are also working on these kind of the things, giving the vision of further 15-20 years requirement. If that way we start, this hazardous waste management is started in 1989. We are the first envisaged this and we started up the facilities. So today we are handling this. So these activities are going on, sir. This is a very good question. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Anyone else has any question? Thank you, Malgar sir. That was really wonderful. A post-lunch session being so interesting is really very rare. So great job. Can you have a big hand for Malgar sir? And now we would like to call on the dais, Deputy General Manager Marketing, Rakesh Mishra sir from Maharashtra Enviro Private Limited. Can we have a big hand for Rakesh Mishra sir? Thank you so much, sir. Please come on stage.
Good afternoon all. Myself Rakesh Mishra. I am looking after the marketing, Deputy General Manager Marketing. It is sorry. Huh? No. Okay. Okay. No, thank you. Basically, our group is SMS Limited. We are in the business infrastructure. Started with infrastructure business in the year of 1961. We are in the diversified sector: environment, infrastructure, mining, emerging business, hospital and healthcare. For the hazardous waste management, we are operating 3 common hazardous waste treatment storage disposal facility. One is at Ranjangaon, Pune. We started in the year of 2008 and with the capacity of the landfill 60,000 metric ton per annum, and for the installation 6 metric ton per hour. And for the pre-processing, we started the pre-processing unit at all 3 plants, Pune, Butiburi and Goa, with the capacity of 25,000 metric ton per annum in Pune and 25,000 metric ton in Goa, 10,000 metric ton in Butiburi, Nagpur. In sustainability approach, we are pre-processing the hazardous waste, which are suitable for the co-processing, meet the acceptance criteria of the co-processing unit. Uh, say the chlorine content must be less than 1.5%, sulfur is less than 1%, and pH must be 4 to 12, and calorific value must be 2,500 calories per gram. It is more than 2,500 calories per gram. But there is one more key parameter of the accepting criteria, as content should be less than 20%. And some of the hazardous waste cannot be processed because of having high ash content or high chlorine content. So it is, yes, it is very difficult for the pre-processing of the hazardous waste to meet the acceptance criteria. It is more important other than the pre-processing and utilizing the hazardous waste. Why pre-processing? Utilization of pre-processing is needful because the utilization of hazardous waste as a AFR convert the suitable waste into AFR, reducing the carbon footprint and the fossil fuel. And the safety and risk reduction stabilize and homogenize waste to avoid fire, explosion, and the chemical risk. Cement clean compliance and the consistency produces uniform AFR within the required calorific value and the chemical limits, meet the acceptance criteria of the co-processor. Operational reliability, prevent the feeding issues, blockage, and the clean shutdown. So pre-processing need to require, because as per the CPCB guidelines, they promote the pre-processing before the co-processing. What is pre-processing? Pre-processing, it is nothing else. It is to make it homogeneous in nature. Uniform size, uniform calorific value, meet the acceptance criteria of the co-processor. And resource and recovery compliance over there enable the material and energy recovery as per the CPCB and State Pollution Control Board guideline and rule. Benefit of pre-processing of hazardous waste, environmental protection, replace the fossil fuel through the AFR utilization and lower the carbon footprint. That's why it is needful in the today's scenario, because in the sustainability, utilization of the hazardous waste is more requirement rather than the conventional method of the disposal, landfill and incineration. Operational efficiency supports stable clean operation with a minimum residue during the co-processing. Safety reduces the risk from toxic reactions and the other waste. Pre-processing waste, the key issues, what is the key issues and challenges in the pre-processing I have already initially discussed. Waste variability. Waste are variable, different waste from the chemical and pharmaceutical industries and other industries. It is, sorry. Yeah. And safety and compatibility, incompatible waste mixing may cause fire and explosion. Process and equipment challenges, high moisture content. It is very important point, high moisture content always leads to downtime in the cement clean. So LOD and what is LOD? LOD is moisture content, nothing else. It should be less than 20%. To meet less than 20% is also very challenging job, because the industry is having, I'm operating a unit in Pune. By the climate condition, the moisture content is normally more than 60%, 60 to 70%. It reduces to 20%. It is, yes, it is a very challenging job. Regulatory and emission control, strict the CPCB and limits chlorine and sulfur matters, order, dust and require the tight control. Market dependency, high dependency on the cement clean, acceptance, impact, viability. Incineration, we are operating a 3 incineration plant, plasma gasification, liquid incinerator for the liquid waste incineration, And for rotary insetter, we are operating, the total capacity is 6 metric ton per hour in the Ranjangaon unit, and 1 metric ton per hour at Butibudi, Nagpur, and 1 metric ton per hour in the Goa. Secure landfill, it is a conventional method, so I'm just going to skip it because it is a last end, as Somnath said, it is an end method. So we have to use, reuse the, utilize the hazardous waste, and lastly, we can dispose it. Leachate management, we are operating, we are managing a leachate with the multi-effective evaporator and with the capacity of 50 cubic meter per day. We are having all three sites state of our laboratory. It could be the as per the CPCB guideline or rules. These are the ancillary admission, security cabin, weighbridge as per the requirement of Center Pollution Control Board and the hazard waste rule. Biomining, we completed the project of the biomining in the Chandigarh, 5 lakh metric ton, and biomining in the Kerala is under operation. It is around 4.5 lakh ton has to be treated and disposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really nice, Mishra ji. If anyone has any questions for Mishra sir, we can please raise your right hand. Anyone has any questions? Thank you so much. Mishra sir, can we have a big hand for Mishra sir? Thank you so much. Really wonderful presentation. And we come to our next presentation. And the next presentation is titled Circular Solid Waste Management through LCA-driven and EPD-enabled decision-making. And to present this presentation, we have Mr. Digvijay Singh Raut, sir, Strategic Advisor, Sustainability. Can we have a big hand for Digvijay Singh Raut, sir? Let's hear it for Raut, sir. Manager front and back.
Firstly, very good, a warm afternoon, everyone, after the lunch. I welcome here each and every dignitary on this discussion which we are having here. My presentation will mostly focus on solid waste management and LCA-driven technologies based on EPD-enabled discussion. This is something which has been aligned in today's requirement of the world, where it has been asked for, demanded for sustainability. Sustainability is the basic parameters nowadays enlarging its expansion in the domain of the manufacturing sector. Whereas we have been hearing this domain, I think all of us sitting here, the dignitaries and entities, have a detailed understanding of this sustainability domain, which now is entering into a transition phase. This PPT will focus on the transition phase of solid waste management and how this LCA and EPD-driven activities will play a pivotal role to understand, analyze, observe, and create a credible source of production, sustainable procurement, reduce, reuse, and recycle factors. This will cover the LCA and EPD methodologies, global case studies, and strategic framework. What is circular economy? Basically, the circular economy is nothing but a dynamic source of approach from all the domains, including the context of S1, S2, and S3. That is nothing but the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Whereas many of our manufacturers have an idea, the sustainability relies within the premises of a manufacturing unit. It enters into the manufacturing unit and it ends with the packaging procedure. But none of these steps are being entered in the sustainability when it's about the sustainable production and procurement. This life cycle assessment study about solid waste management helps to regenerate, understand, and proclaim the study in a proper format. focusing more on the presentation, waste preservation and reduction, source segregation, material recovery facilities, and organic valorization. These are the some major steps which helps to accommodate, credibilize, and ensure the sustainable procurement in a phase of raw material extraction. This life cycle assessment, environmental product declaration, these are something now getting new as the new players of sustainability market certifications entering the market. The ESPR, Eco Design for Sustainable Product Regulation, that has been approaching for the DPP, Digital Product Passport. Whereas the life cycle assessment data will enter into it in the solid, whatever the products we have, and it will only enter to the European borders if it do have a QR code. Once we do scan the QR code, all the data will be imbibed in it and it help to understand for the same. So this solid waste management, waste preservation and energy recovery, these are the basic parameter factors which ensure the calculation, the mandatory scope data collection and forward advancement for the same. What is life cycle assessment? As my topic is evolving throughout the circular economy, how this life cycle assessment help to understand and support the solid waste management in a particular way. It is a standardized methodology under the ISO standards of ISO 14040, ISO 14044, waste management evaluation. It helps to understand the 13 various parameters, which includes eutrophication, nitrification, acidification, photochemical ozone, toxicity, inorganic toxicity, terrestrial toxicity, carcinogenic and human toxicity. Likewise, these are 16 to 13 parameters approved under ISO standards of LCA, which focus on the parameters which will identify the results of our product. This includes the circularity and the impact in this, the last slide of the factors, like from the raw material extraction, manufacturing, processing, packaging, supply, consumption, reduction, degradation, disposal, and discard. These are the various cycles which include in the stepwise study of a product procurement, like steel TMT bars, pharmaceutical supply chain. In all the factors which plays a pivotal role to understand, LCA is nowadays must to have a solid waste management to ensure the circular outcome for this study. This methodology ensures a clear collaboration and understanding for the product category, whereas while having an LCA, we have to move to understand this solid waste in a particular matter, that is EPD, Environmental Product Declaration. We do have an idea about EPD. We have the EPD program operators internationally operating in all the arenas, that is EPD Global, EPD International. These are the big game-changing player which operates an EPD and valid for the 5 years. It is a standardized document, governance standards, circular system applications, transparent communication. What does this exactly contains? In simple speaking, this report is nothing but it completely discloses as transparent emission factors which have been affecting to the environment at its heart. It also mentions the decarbonization and net zero strategies, suggestions below it, and it ensures a validate, a credible and a trustworthy image of a manufacturer's product, and it ensures it's universally at a sustainable level and accepted at its best. Second, LCA and EPD methodologies, quantifying scenario comparison, environmental hotspot identification, why one should go for this or how it is going to have the solid waste management and its identities. For any manufacturer, it's highly important to regularize, control and adjust the inventories which are going in to have a production. Whatever it may be, the energy, electricity, fuel consumption, labor, any kind of inventory which is directly affecting for the positives and negatives of my production is ultimately hampering the revenue, product category and product labeling. Once having this life cycle assessment test study, it ensures a proper management of hotspots, the emission hotspots basically, the GW, global warming potential. It helps us to understand and track whether it's where it's going to getting effect, whether many of my emissions are taking place in raw material extraction, what are they taking place in manufacturing or packaging or supply. We don't have any idea until and unless we have these simulations. And these reports aren't prepared on any assumption basis, but on a proper data secrecy, data collected on it, and two various softwares plays an important role in this. That is SEMA Pro on OpenLCA. These are the simulation models which helps to get the accurate results from it. As an environmental consultant come industry, Greenex Environmental holds expertise hand in performing this life cycle assessment. Over 2,500 plus LCAs we have measured and submitted to the various manufacturers. And supporting this role, it is a social sovereign responsibility for every one of us to have an identification source for solid waste management by including these scientific methods. Once we have done with the life cycle assessment, it completely focuses for EPD, that is Environmental Product Declaration. Many of the doubts are there. Is LCA mandatory to have an EPD? Is there any connection between LCA and EPD? Yes, with humble respect. Life cycle assessment is the EPD is the subset of LCA, because what goes in EPD to get published is nothing but the results of LCA. So without having an LCA, we can't move for the EPD. So it plays an important role to understanding the same. Green procurement, as I said, the sustainable procurement policies from where the data, the raw material was supplied, by which ways it was supplied, which fuel was used in the transportation, that all the data has been simulated and calculated on a larger basis and helps to understand how much inventory is going in and what exactly is required. So it clearly sets a clear identification for the VP, CEOs, sustainability manager, supervisor, product manager to understand the manufacturing, what is required and how much is going in a layman. When this knock holes, this micromanagement gives a clear idea to identify the hotspot, it plays an important role. These are some of the case studies I have in front of me. Nothing but I don't want to go in that what has been happened and the derived research, I'm just speaking it here. Rather than focusing these case studies, I will directly like to elaborate this EPD and LCA concept, which is based on this and how this, these players which have been mentioned in this PPT, how they have been benefited. Why anyone manufacturer must bother about this? Because it is important and a demand of time first. Second, to export the material. As the digital product passport is emerging along with the CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, designed by the Eco-Design of Sustainable Product Regulation, European Union, these are the basis for this. It also includes the part of nurturing the ESG for the same, ESG reporting, BRSR, CDP, CBAM. These are nothing but creating a base for having a maximum export for Indian manufacturers to go beyond the borders. Whereas the product sustainability and product regulation relies with it, the LCA is valid for 1 year, whereas the EPD is valid for 5 years. This validity helps us to understand in a detailed manner. This is one of the MSW management options for India, research scope, environmental performance results, and critical success factors. So as we repeated, as I explained in the previous bits of my slides a moment ago, how it has been helpful and how it has been commanding for the same. So let's start with a boom for this. Every manufacturer must focus on this sustainable product regulation, and let's align ourselves with the sustainable European concept which have been entering to the sustainable market to ensure a long-term sovereignty for the same. As a Greenex Environmental, as a consultant, what role do I play in this? As a strategic advisor, sustainability, I help industries to find out that decarbonization and net zero map for solid waste management, also to the liquid waste management and their product category. I can submit the decarbonization and net zero map for having an in-house pledge towards net zero, where I do have also chance to work with United Kingdom when I was there, and there's some of the governmental projects, and wanted to ensure that these are the factors must be helpful for the MSMEs and MEC sectors of India. Why I want to stress this again and again, as an organization from Greenex Environmental, we are concerned about the big players or which are already settled business of manufacturers have an idea to look for sustainability. But when it's go for the MSMEs and MSC sectors, they can't afford the prices or even lack of technical knowledge. So being a bridge in this, we hope to help this for everyone to ensure their product business category goes beyond for all the same. This is the same, the comparative LCA, landfilling and sustainability options, how we can go for the solid waste management, and these are the procedural steps. I can read it and explain it, but I don't think that is something we don't know. Everyone we know that the procedural steps and we can find it. There is nothing deep, different. I may speaking by this rather than speaking like this way to you and everyone. So I hope this presentation will enlighten a sequence of understanding and a sense of responsibility for a big gain and coming upwards. Let's commemorate this together. Let's engage this together. I would also like to thank the organizers for setting up this event. It's a good event where everyone has been interacting and ensuring the sustainable procurement. I had a chance to meet Mr. Paradikar sir in the Rajasthan, where I had a chance to explain the same talk in front of him, and again I'm here. So let's commemorate this, and LC and EPD is something which is there. CBAM is there, DPP is coming. Let's focus this as in VPs and CPs of our organization to challenge these boardrooms and ensure a procurement which lies with the down ground of a system. And let's penetrate this sustainability at a long go. I hope this session was helpful to you, and thank you for patiently listening. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raut. That was really an inspiring session. A big hand for Mr. Raut. Any questions for Mr. Raut? Any questions?
Yes. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Digvijay, thank you for the presentation. It was very insightful. Just a quick understanding. Now, the recent SEBI mandate about ESG compliance, the non-financial reporting part for the top 1,000 companies, right? Let's say if 20% of them fall under manufacturing, right? So those 200 companies can become a benchmarking pattern for the years to come, right? So any progress status on those companies, how are they reporting, how are they complying to, just to understand the roadmap for the future.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you for this question. At its context to the ESG, environmental social governance, is the in-house understanding of disclosing our environmental, social and governance questions, how we are dealing with within our premises. Now answering to the question, respected sir, it lies into two dilemma. That is, the first one is the GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, and the second one is the BRSR, which is mandatory for the top 1,000 listed industries. Under the guidelines of SEBI, Services Exchange, that SEBI guidelines are there, where they follow the 9 critical norms given by international standards. Among them, 3 are followed and applicable under the rule for the past is applicable by the BRSR, Business Responsibility Sustainability Reporting. This is nothing but the top 1,000 listed industries, how they are accumulating that. ESG reporting includes a detailed questionnaire which not only asks for your gender equality, equal participation, anti-bribery policies, your HR policies. They not just limit on focusing this, but also about the licensing. I am a very big name, I have a very big name with me, I am a XYZ, I am an MNC, so why one should ask me about the licensing and clearance of the local compliances? It is no point, but that is not the correct picture. When it is in ESG, you have to mention each and every single minute point without the negligence. This procedures has been followed by their in-house. As a consultant, we help for 2,000 industries now. The simple tactics behind this, with the best of my knowledge, I see, like the MSCs and MSMEs sectors, which are nothing but which are the vendor for the top 1,000 listed industries. It is something to penetrate the ESG at the down bottom section. To come willfully and understand the factor. Proper alignment, it needs some proper awareness, and it requests for the affordable and management substitutes according to each capacity. So yes, there are these two factors, BRSR and GRI. They're able to implement in this. I can like present.
Take the dais, sir, please, if possible. And may I request on stage Parlikar sir, Sanyal sir, if you can please on stage. Raut sir, if you can please be in the center. Yeah, Parlikar sir, can we have a big hand for Parlikar sir? Malgar sir, if you can please come. And Mishra sir, if you can please come on stage. A big hand to them, please. Thank you so much for explaining to us the challenges, the circularity, and the pre-processing of hazardous waste material. May I request? Yeah, come, sir, please. Yeah, sir, come, please, come. Can we stand for a photograph first, if possible? Photograph? Okay, we'll take it. So may I request Parlikar sir, with your presence and your blessings, can we have you please give a memento for Somnath Malgar sir? Can we have a big hand for Somnath Malgar? Sir, Somnath sir. Yeah. A big hand to Somnath Malgar sir. Parlikar sir, if I can request you to kindly present a token of appreciation and a memento to Rakesh Misra sir. Rakesh Misra sir. And to the young and dynamic Digvijay Singh Raut sir. Let's have a big hand for Raut sir. Sir, if you can be with them as well for a photograph. Sanyal sir, with Raut sir. Huh. Yeah, yeah. And last but not the least, we'll have Sanyal sir present a token of appreciation to Parlikar sir. Can we have a big hand for them, please? Sanyal sir, one photograph with you. Yes, come please, everyone, please come in front. Akshay, you want to join in? A big hand to them, please. Such an insightful session. We'll take a break of 2 minutes after this so that we can have get fresh, and we'll get ready for the plenary session after this. A 2 minutes break while we have the stage set up. Thank you so much, Parlikar sir. Thank you so much, Malgar sir. Thank you so much, Raut sir. And thank you so much, Mishra ji. Thank you so much for joining us. We are about to begin our next session, the plenary session on circular and safe management of hazardous waste in an evolving industrial ecosystem, moderated by Shri Nandkumar Gurav, Technical Advisor, MPCB. Shri Gurav sir has worked with the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board for 33 years at various capacities and retired as Assistant Secretary Technical and now has been working as a technical advisor in Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. His journey includes working with one of the most esteemed and most versatile organizations within the government of Maharashtra, and through his career he has served in various regions like Thane, Nagpur, Ratnagiri, Tarapur, and in multiple departments including wastewater management division and the technical cell which comprises chemical and IT division. He has collaborated with diverse industries helping them navigate complex pollution and regulatory challenges. He has also been an integral part of the team constituted for drafting the notifications of banning single-use plastic bags and plastic waste management rules for the government of Maharashtra. May I request a huge round of applause for Shri Anand Kumar Gurav sir. Can we have a big hand for Gurav sir? Thank you, Gurav sir. Welcome. Please take the dais. I would also like to call on the dais our invited panelist, Dr. Shri Sunil Kumar, Chief Scientist at CSIR NIRI. Can we have a big hand for Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir? Thank you, sir. We'll also call on stage Dr. Srimati Shilpi Kaur Bakshi, Senior Vice President, Environment Management Waste Center. Please, with a huge round of applause, can we request the presence of Dr. Shilpi Kaur Bakshi on stage? Thank you, Dr. Bakshi. If you can please take a seat. We'd also like to call on stage Shri Somnath Malgarji, Director, Mumbai Waste Management Limited. A big hand to Dr. Shri Malgar sir. And we'd like to also call on stage Shri Saurabh Desai, Director, Enviro Analyst and Engineering Private Limited. Can we have a big hand for Desai sir? Thank you so much. Sir, Gurav sir, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Distinguished panelists, industry experts, my guru, Vak sir, Nilesh Vak sir, Parodekar sir, and delegates. First of all, I would like to thank Envirotech Asia for giving an opportunity to MPCB to moderate this session, which is a very critical session because of hazardous waste is one of the major concern for all the industries. Today, we are not just discussing the management of the waste. We are discussing the future of industrial sustainability. For decades, our approach to solid and hazardous waste has been linear. We produce, we treat, and we dispose. We produce the waste, we treat the waste, and we dispose the waste. Now, we are entering into the era of circular economy. कुछ लोग बोलते हैं circular economy, sustainability, both are the two sides of the coin. In circular model, waste is a design flaw. Basically, waste is nothing but a design flaw. Our objective today is to explore how we can re-engineer our industrial clusters and hazardous waste recyclers to act as resource recovery hubs. Whether it is recovering high-value salt from hazardous sludge, extracting energy from non-recyclable residue, or fostering industrial symbiosis where one factory's waste become another's raw material. You all are aware that the Hazardous Waste Management Rule 2016 is based on the hierarchy of prevention. That means we have tried to prevent the generation of waste. Then minimization, try to minimize, try to reuse wherever possible, recycle, recovery, utilizations, including co-processings. The pioneer in co-processing is here, Mr. Ullas Pradikar, sir. And last option is safe disposal. Rule 9 of the Hazardous Waste Management Rule 2016 emphasizes on utilization of hazardous and other waste as a resource or after processing either for co-processing or any other uses. As per this rule, CPCB has developed a standard operating processes for specific utilization of hazardous waste. Earlier, only 46 SOPs were developed by the CPCB. Now more than 142 SOPs have been developed. That means now industry are utilizing more hazardous waste for manufacturing of their products. CPCB is also aligning the hazardous waste management rules to support the circularity mandate, especially rendering the extended producer responsibility for hazardous waste. Now today, we are having learned panelists, right from Niri to young Saurabh. We are our panel representing research, representing from research. There was a panel member from regulation CPCB was there, but he is not attending because of his some urgent work. Then strategic consultant, representative from strategic consultant, Shilpi ji from EMC. The EMC has done a circular economy policy for Gujarat state. Not only they have prepared the circular economy policy for Gujarat state, but they have prepared action plan for Gujarat state also, Gujarat Pollution Control Board. Then the person who is handling waste, hazardous waste, I think more than 26 years. Actual, at ground level, he is doing the hazardous waste management. Mr. Somnath Malgarji. I welcome all of you. And we will start today's discussions. The topic is circular and safe management of hazardous waste in an evolving industrial ecosystem. Sushil Kumar sir, you are having vast experience with the NIRI to bring a deep scientific and research-driven perspective on waste management. Environmental engineering involves developing scalable technology solution for industrial waste. So I would like to ask first questions to you. How can circular economy strategies for hazardous waste, such as co-processing, material recovery, and secondary raw material substitutions, be scientifically evaluated to balance resource efficiency with long-term environmental and human health risk, particularly in complex industrial ecosystem?
Hello. Is it coming? Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, sir. First question has been asked about circular economy strategies in hazardous waste management. Hazardous waste is entirely different from conventional solid waste. And since after the discussion of our Honorable Prime Minister regarding Viksit Bharat, circular economy has become one of the very loose word. Everybody is talking about circular economy. If you go any conference, any workshop, any seminar, everybody is talking about circular economy. It is not that we have not followed circular economy earlier. We have been following circular economy aspects in all the aspects. So hazardous waste, circular economy should not be at any cost in hazardous waste treatment system. Hazardous waste is a well-defined system in our country. After the inception of this Honorable Supreme Court guidelines, Ulhas Palikar Sahab was there. My guide and former director, Dr. Devota, was one of the member. So it is a very well-balanced system. So hazardous waste circular economy should not be at any cost should be achieved. This is my first point. Second point is, challenge is to scientifically demonstrate that the circular pathways which we will adopt in hazardous waste management genuinely reduce environmental burden without introducing new or hidden risks, as there are a lot of risks associated with hazardous waste management system once it is generated and when it goes through different pathways. So there are a lot of risks associated with that. So this should be considered while adopting circular economy aspects in hazardous waste management system. From research perspective, evaluation must go beyond resource efficiency and diversion from landfilling. For that, detailed life cycle assessment right from generation to final disposal is very much necessary so that we can identify the journey of hazardous waste constituents right from generation to final disposal aspects. Like Ulhas Sahab is discussing, he was the man behind co-processing or material substitution. We have to understand toxic elements, whether it is destroyed, immobilized, diluted, or simply transferred from one to another medium. So this is very much necessary in co-processing aspects. Long-term human health and ecological risks often emerge not only through cumulative exposure, but it is also done through product use, secondary waste generation aspects in hazardous waste management system. Therefore, circular strategy should be defined by following combined life cycle assessment and risk assessment framework in hazardous waste management system. So this is very necessary. Like in complex industrial ecosystem, multiple industries interact and waste streams vary over a period of time. Waste components differ from different industry to industry, and it is also become critical. So circular economy aspects in hazardous waste management should be dynamic, evidence-based, and continuously monitored. So this is my answer on this aspect.
Thank you, Sunil Kumar sir. At the end, I will sum up with whatever the panelist opinion is, instead of having individual question wise. Okay. Now we are with us the Silpi Kapoor Bakshi. Day before yesterday, she has given a very nice presentation before our Honorable Chairman of the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board regarding they have prepared the policy for circular economy for Gujarat Pollution Control Board. So she is having very vast experience. Earlier she was with Terry also. Madam, my first question to you is, from your experience advising organization on circular economy, how does hazardous waste management typically get addressed? Is it looked at as a compliance issue, a cost center, or an opportunity for circular value creation?
Thank you, sir. So when we work with companies, particularly in the consulting space, we realize that when you talk about hazardous waste management or even any other waste management, initially the driver is more of a compliance. That is what they're looking at because they want to be compliant. But I think the journey now is getting more mature, where they do also realize that this hazardous waste, if managed properly through looking at opportunities for symbiosis, industrial symbiosis, channelizing it for use elsewhere, recovering material or resources out of it, better recovery, it does lead to, it does have a it does lead to revenue generation. So it will do away with the cost that you would be looking at just when you're looking at it as a compliance burden, but will help you move forward in the journey, both in terms of your maturity and also identifying opportunities to generate revenue, and also engaged in more at hazardous waste. There are a lot of opportunities, whether to change the chemicals that you use, go for less toxic free. So those are things where they need to be first sensitized, made aware, then the options identified. They need to work out to be economical. They need to fit into their current processes. So I think there's a lot of things, there are a lot of opportunities. It's the right way that you approach with the businesses to take forward this hazardous waste management. And it can certainly turn from a compliance burden cost center to a great opportunity to move forward in the sustainability journey. And where sustainability is economic, social, environment, because there's a lot of social aspect also. I mean, the hazardous waste that gets generated, somebody has to handle it at least at the premises also before it goes out. So again, there are opportunities to take forward the social element too in the journey.
Thank you, madam. Now we are with us Sri Somnath Malgarji. He is the director, Mumbai Waste Management Limited, representing major industry player in waste management. Sri Malgar offers a practical, on-the-ground view of operating large-scale environmental infrastructure and the logistic challenges involved. Therefore, I will ask you specific questions with respect to the operation and handling of the common facility, basically. As an operator of large-scale TSDF, are you preparing to transition from being a landfill provider to a material recovery facility for hazardous waste? As an operator of large-scale TSDF, how are you preparing to transition from landfill provider to a material recovery facility for hazardous waste?
Thank you, sir. So this is not a transition. We are already transformed to the material providing facility long back. This is very interesting question, and the challenges when we talk about the handling of the hazardous waste, the sir Niri, they very precisely mentioned that when hazardous waste, we talk about the circular economy, everybody is talking about the circular economy, and when it comes to the hazardous waste, is very carefully it has to be considered, because the name itself is a hazardous. There is a lot of hazard things involved into this. And whenever handling of this large quantity of large scale of hazardous waste, being we are the operator of the hazardous waste facility, today we are handling India's 70% of country's hazardous waste is handled by us across the various states in the country, in abroad also. The major challenge is everybody, we all are ready to generate the waste. Of course, industry generating the hazardous waste, other municipal, so every person is generating the hazardous per capita hazardous waste. Per capita waste generation is like domestic waste or hazardous waste. Everybody, we all are generator of the hazardous waste, either of generator of the waste, either of it. But when it's come to the disposal and handling, our mindset is changed. We totally change the mindset, and only one single word comes in mind, that is called as a NIMBY. So it is very famous word is a NIMBY, not in my backyard. So this is a major challenge
today for handling the hazardous waste, handling the domestic waste, handling the biomedical waste. So this is whatever you do, whatever systems you are having for that, but people are not accepting it. Who is the people? We are the people. I want to generate the waste, but I don't want to dispose the waste. I don't want to support for the disposal. It should be not in my backyard. It is not in nearby my office. It is not nearby my residential these things. Then where waste has to be go? So this problem is a major challenge for the. We have a lot of good technologies. We have a very good systems. We have a very good prune systems are there for handling the hazardous waste, which will take care of all the requirement which is supposed to be handled. And there is a very clear-cut guidelines is there, right from the site selection criteria to the waste acceptance criteria to the disposal methods, systems are there. But peoples are there, technologies are there, but challenges is ours. So if we not change today, the tomorrow there will be the huge problem for that. We support for this concept. Now this transition phase which sir is stated, so this is very good these things. Before 2015-16, the only generation, disposal and some extent recycle, reuse, recovery, we talk about that, but it is not there. Under Rule 9 now there is a recovery, pre-processing. It is very good system again, but again here challenge. Sir, I will talk you the practical challenges while pre-processing of the hazardous waste. So now the things everybody's in mind comes about the circular economy. Hazardous waste hai, so it is having the value, it can be recovered for that. So all hazardous waste is not qualifying for the pre-processing. So that has to be, somebody has to be understand. But only thing is hazardous waste pre-processing, okay. The waste containing halogen content, waste is having the high chlorine, high chloride, high fluoride, even in some extents, the salts, ATFD salts, ME salts. So that is also, okay, you do it a pre-processing. How the salt can go for the pre-processing? Yes, if very high calorific value, very normal material, less chlorine, less ash content, moisture content, something can be blended, something can be mixed into it, but not entire things will be go for that. So this is the one challenges is there where again we have to be reworking, we rethink into it, which waste has to be go for pre-processing. And second, there is an exact mass balance has to be done. When we talk about the generation of the hazardous, there is always, Guru Sahab used to, he was the very, he is one of the pioneer and very knowledgeable in hazardous waste. We handled on regulatory side also. There is always that talk about the gap between the generation, disposal, declaration. So then again there is a mass balance study and all. In similar way, now under the circular economy, under the pre-processing, so which waste is pre-processable, which is not at all pre-processable, and after that, if anything going for the pre-processing, whether the only few options is there, either it is go for the co-processing after doing the pre-processing, or if it is not there, again, it has to be go to the respective disposal methods, or any other utilization can be done other than the pre-processing. So these things has to be done. These are the challenges is there, mainly challenges is there. So other panelist questions also, sir. So this is the short answer from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Malkarji, thank you. Now, we are having a very young panelist, Sri Saurabh Desai from Enviro Analyst. He is a director, Enviro Analyst and Engineers Private Limited, having a consultancy firm, providing technical expertise in design and auditing and optimizing environmental systems. Saurabh, I would like to, first question to you, because you are very young and dynamic, and you have done, I think, a lot of work with respect to the contaminated site management. Under the new Contaminated Site Management Rule 2025, what mechanism has the government introduced to identify and remediate contaminated sites, especially those within growing urban and residential area? Because it is a very new, because one side we are saying the circular economy, but already legacy waste is there. There are already contaminated sites are there. So please brief about the new Contaminated Site Management Rules 2025.
Thank you, Guru sir, for the kind introduction. So just to introduce myself Saurabh Desai. I am a director at Enviro Analysts and Engineers. So I've done my master's in environmental engineering from the US, and I've worked there in the contaminated site management space. And then for the last 10 years, I've been working in India at Enviro, which is a family-owned business. So the recent contaminated site management rules in 2025, they are groundbreaking because India never had any formal guidelines how contaminated sites should be treated. So like Somnath sir mentioned that they accept hazardous waste whenever there is possible. But in case the hazardous waste was never sent to them, if it was disposed on site, or it was never taken care of by the existing polluter or the industry, what to do with that? And many of these sites have come in the middle of the cities. They have come in the middle of the, what do you call it, like Thane, Trans Creek. Then there is also Tarapuram IDC. A lot of the residential complexes are very, very close by to these highly industrialized zones. And the problem with that is that these sites, if not taken care of, they can contaminate your groundwater, they can contaminate your soil, they can contaminate your surface water, etc. So these new rules, which state clearly that 189 chemicals which are hazardous in nature, adapted from the Dutch guidelines, the US guidelines, Australian guidelines, and these guidelines state that what is the response level that any chemical should be in the groundwater, the surface water, the soil, which not just affects the people who are living over there, but also affects the future generations nearby. And these rules clearly state that there is a preliminary assessment to be done, there has to be a detailed investigation to be done, and who is involved in the process. So the district authorities, the SPCB, the CPCB, remediation committees, all of them are responsible, and this process basically brings us from an ad hoc response to a detailed understood framework, which was earlier not in place. So this helps us in not just identifying these kind of receptors, but also taking care of them in a risk-based response, and we assess them in at actual manner, and in case required, we can treat them on site using in situ or any other remediation method, or dispose them to facilities like MWML.
Hello, thank you. Because she is especially work for the, I think, economic experts. Huh? From a circular economy perspective, what is the difference between recycling hazardous waste and circulating it safely? And why does the distance matter for the policy and business model design?
So in terms of recycling, I mean, of hazardous waste, if we just look at recycling, it would be kind of measured in terms of the amount of waste that you have recycled, the tonnage terms, more in that. But if you look at safe circulation, that's where the whole aspect of how you have utilized that waste without leading to further contamination or kind of irresponsible disposal. So there is a difference, and I think what we need to promote is the safe circulation. And if we look at the hazardous waste rules, I mean, they are also to some extent promoting the utilization. So that's more on lines with safe circulation rather than just pure recycling in terms of channeling it out from your premises to just elsewhere for either disposal or for any other not so appropriate ways of handling the waste. In terms of its implication for policy and business models, I think if there is a business model which is aiming to get set up for safe circulation of waste, which certainly attract more finance. And these days we hear a lot about green finance, sustainable finance. So these financing opportunities actually look at the outcome that is expected out of the project that they are that is being explored for financing. And if there are projects which are looking at safe circulation, which have identified ways in which you're going to recover material or resources out of it, do away with the toxicity while you are disposing. So those kind of projects will certainly be more feasible business models attracting financing. And from the policy side, I think the policy push needs to continue to push safe circulation vis-a-vis just pure recycling to be able to lead to a larger agenda of sustainability.
Thank you, Shilpiji. Now, Sunil Kumar sir, what frameworks or decision support tools are needed to identify, quantify, and safely implement industrial symbiosis pathway for hazardous waste utilization across cluster while ensuring traceability and regulatory compliances?
Hello, there are three words. First is industrial symbiosis, second is decision support system, and third, hazardous waste utilization. Unlike non-hazardous material, this industrial symbiosis in hazardous waste management demands much higher level of scientific scrutiny, governance, and transparency. Scrutiny, governance, and transparency is these three things are very much important for industrial symbiosis in hazardous waste management. Then this cluster level material flow, how the material flow without understanding and without mapping the waste generation, composition and variability across different industry. It is very much impossible to identify safe and comparable symbiotic opportunity. For decision support system, it should integrate technical feasibility, toxicity thresholds, process compatibility, and regulatory constraints. These things are simultaneously. Third word, he has talked about traceability. Traceability is very important in hazardous waste management. Once the hazardous waste originates from industry, it does not lose its integrity. So we have to be very careful while this digital tracking, real time monitoring, where it goes. Otherwise, if it slips, informal sector will be very much ruined. So digital tracking and other things are very much necessary in hazardous waste management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunil Kumar sir. Now, Saurabh, the next question is, how should regulators and industries address risk assessment and liability at brownfield sites with legacy hazardous waste and limited historical records?
Sir, so just now Sunil Kumar sir just mentioned digital records of hazardous waste. Now for the past 50 years we have been industrialized. A lot of these sites don't have any historical data available, or whenever we as consultants go on sites, that time we are told that no, we don't have any records, we don't have any information, where is what is stored. So usually we rely on the site maps. Like in case there is a plan of the site, we rely on that. The second that major important aspect is the stakeholders who are existing on the sites. So we interview the people who are on the sites, like the watchmen, the general managers, or somebody who worked in the site in the past. So those are the bases on which we prepare the phase 1 and phase 2 environmental due diligence reports. And when this environmental due diligence report is prepared, we make the conceptual site plans. So conceptual site plan is basically a map of the information where there could be potential spillages, where there could be potential contamination due to any underground storage tanks. And these sites are where we collect the soil samples. These sites are the sites where we collect the we install the monitoring wells to check the groundwater whether it is contaminated or not. And once this is done, we take a risk-based approach, whether the chemicals are in, like if there is any chemicals in the first place, and if not, then we identify that this area is secure and we can go ahead with any other activity or redevelopment plan which is needed.
Thank you, Saurabh. Now, Somnathji, what policy, procedural or financial intervention would most help TSDF operators to improve the environmental performance and operational efficiency?
Yes, sir. For the TSDFs, definitely there are a lot of support is required pertaining to the financings also, because TSDF, the infrastructure is very, very big, and go for the investment, the huge capital investment is there. For that, definitely there is support is required for doing this sustainable, and TSDF is not only to operate for certain period and work, because there is a liability business, there is a liability work. If any TSDF starts operational,
One is the phase of operational, 20 years, 30 years, whatever the period, land availability is there. After that, it is the post monitoring is the, that is again 30 years is a post monitoring after completion of the TSDF. In this phase, definitely there is a required, there is a provision, there is a very good policy is there, escrow account is there. So escrow account, there is some funds. There's a, again, escrow is a joint account between the State Pollution Control Board, Government Bank, and the facility operators. So some portion of the amount of the landfillable waste amount will go into the escrow account. That will be utilized for the future post monitoring of the TSDF. Secondly, if any some untuned, unwanted incident has happened, in that for remediation, again there is any remediation, any kind of contamination that cost that is involved for that. So here the very clear some policies for the commercials. Again I come to that key, then the policies is required, but there is not a standard policies. So basic some costing has to be there for that. So that will be derived from proper calculations. These are the basic requirements, then add-on activities is there. Here some policy related support is required for the sustainability of the TSDF. Now in nowadays, now in recent things, many things is going on, then sometimes the questions comes, why TSDF is really, it is needed now. Definitely it is needed. Without, this is a part of that, because earlier the hazardous waste means the approach is cradle to grave approach, either burn or bury. Now that is not there, but that is at the end, because ultimately which is not possible for anything. That kind of materials are there by industries are generating it 100%. We cannot eliminate that material. That kind of things has to ultimately go for the TSDF, and that is also huge quantity. The kind of state which Maharashtra and Gujarat, the industrialization, so this quantity is also very, very big. Here to sustain the TSDF now, because of this pre-processing, co-processing, now many TSDFs comes, the sustainability comes in the stake. In that case, if this kind of supports are not there, then TSDF getting deteriorated up, their condition is very bad. Then again, there is a big challenges for the environment protection and environmental things. So this is a policy related thing. So thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Somnathji. Lastly, I will comment regarding the pre-processing versus CSW TSDF. At last, I will request all panelists to share their views in nutshell, in few words, regarding our topic, that's circular and safe management of hazardous waste in an evolving industrial ecosystem. Their views on this topic. Start from Somnathji.
This is the one line, if I can say, yes, this is a circular economy with cautiously do the recycling, do the pre-processing of the hazardous waste, considering all the technical aspects and long-term impact on the environment. So that is the core things which we supposed to be have while we talking about the circular economy and pre-processing. Thank you.
Shilpi ma'am.
I would just like to add that also in context of hazardous waste and circularity, we should bring in some special focus also on the smaller enterprises for whom, I mean, setting up or channelizing their hazardous waste for responsible disposal does become a challenge. We've seen a lot of good initiatives at cluster level, but I think that needs to be scaled up. Skilling needs to happen. And again, it's more of piloting of experiments to see how from small scale, it could be scaled up to larger levels of management of hazardous waste. So pooling the hazardous waste and again at common treatment plants, but again targeting the SME sector.
Sunil Kumar sir.
Hello, as I told earlier, hazardous waste is completely different from conventional waste management. So nowadays, due to industrial transformation, the hazardous waste management systems are not keeping pace with that. A lot of industries are coming up like electric vehicles, lithium ion, all these things, and which we are not knowing properly. So unless and until we understand the full systems, we should follow all the regulatory guidelines and risk assessment, this life cycle assessment, and so circular economy should be done only by assessing all these aspects. Thank you.
Saurabh.
Sir, I agree with all my panelists that one Somnath sir mentioned that pre-processing is important, but we need to know what needs to be pre-processed and how it needs to be done. So right SOPs, right guidelines need to be in place for industries to follow, and they need to be regulated by the regulators as well. And what Madam mentioned, that small-scale industries. So small-scale industries are the backbone of the society, but they need to basically know what is the right approach. Just profit or just the bottom lines cannot be the approach when we are going with free trade agreements with Europe, UK, US. So we are going to be going, our products are going to be going out in the world. So we need to be careful because they don't accept the supply chain to be contaminated or you contaminating the soil in which you're manufacturing. So they, the small scale industries need to grow, but they need to have proper guidelines and SOPs to follow regards to the waste that they generate. And my views on the same are that circular economy is good, but a risk-based approach, which Sunil Kumar sir also mentioned, is the most important aspect in which like the assessment is done scientifically and in a proper manner, and it is well documented for the future so that we can know what was happening on site and what needs to be done in the future in case there is a contamination.
Thank you, Saurabh. We heard all the panel members. The Sunil Kumar sir Niri, as per his opinion, the circular economy is word being widely used in every forum. But circular economy, with respect to hazardous waste, there should not be any compromise on the name of the circular economy. Because hazardous waste, the name itself is hazardous. So on the name of the circular economy, it should not be used as what we call as for the circular economy purpose. He has rightly pointed out that the life cycle analysis should be done scientifically. That is most important aspect in the hazardous waste management, because unless and until you don't have a life cycle assessment properly, it is very difficult to what we call as find out the solutions for the hazardous waste. Now, the co-processing. Co-processing is also one of the important aspects I will discuss with Somnath Malgar's point. Now, Shilpi emphasis on the opportunity as a symbiosis and to what we call as encourage the small entrepreneurs, especially by giving them some financial assistance or some what we call as green finance or sustainable finance in order to be a part of the circular economy or the waste generated from the small scale sectors that can be what we call as used for recycling purpose. Now Somnath Malkarji, basically he has explained about his facility. So many years he is handling that facility and the practical challenges faced in the facility, and due to the pre-processing and co-processing, what they are facing the challenges. He rightly pointed out that we are also receiving a number of complaints that I think in today's morning sessions, the pre-processor facilitator operators were there. We are receiving number of complaints that on the name of the pre-processing facility, the hazardous waste which cannot be co-processed or which cannot be processed are also receiving by some of the pre-processor facilities. It should not be happen. As rightly pointed out by the Saurabh, on the name of the circular economy, we should not involve the risk on the human health or risk on the environment. So while considering the circular economy, we have to think first how much risk is, whether it is risky. For that purpose, why CPCB has prepared standard operating procedures for utilization of hazardous waste? Because hazardous waste, while utilizing or utilizing as a resource or recycling, then there is a lot of risk is involved. So for that purpose, standard operating procedures needs to be developed by the CPCB as per these rules. So I thank all the panel members for sharing their views on the said topic. And last, I thank Envirotech Asia for giving an opportunity to discuss on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gaurav sir, and all the panel members. Gaurav sir, with your permission, can we open the house for question and answer session? Yeah. Anyone who has a question, yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, respected panelists. I represent a conglomerate of thermal power plants in India. Thank you so much, Gaurav sir, for being here representing CPCB. And of course, we had Kamyotra Sahab in the morning. Of course, he was like a godfather. He is a godfather to us, primarily advising us on various issues which are teething problems. Now, we have spoken of holistic views in terms of circular action, in terms of handling of hazardous waste, but there are certain grassroots level issues, which I'm sure Somnath sir can also answer, being from re-sustainability. I have a client, due to a policy that we cannot disclose a client's name, but I can tell you the plant where it is located. It is in Vidyanchal. So you can guess who the client is. Has a thermal power plant. One of the waste is called fly ash, which is, in fact, they have taken all due diligence in terms of mapping, in terms of utilization, and in terms of disposing of the fly ash. Now the problem is fly ash is, transportation is difficult because it flies. Therefore it's called fly ash. So it is normally disposed of as slurries, mixed with water and then disposed of. So the problem comes in transportation. Bulk material handling, solution providers, okay, I can name them like Emeka or BK or others, have taken care of the bulk material handling in terms of putting them on the loaders. And because I think Indian Railways has done some work, but not in certain rural areas when it comes of disposing of fly ash through wagons. Now when I'm like dependent on a transportation like a truck, a conventional model, what happens is during transportation there's a lot of pilferages and spillovers. Now through those rural villages through which the fly ash and the roads that are used, and when it spills over, there are certain villagers who who have filed a PIL, of course, which is a public interest litigation, or it can also be called a publicity interested litigation for compensation. But we are yet to come to terms with that, wherein they are saying that this fly ash is carcinogenic. So it's not just polluter pays principle, the thermal power plants are also liable to pay us. How do we handle such a situation? Anyone from the panelists?
Sir, for fly ash, there is a guidelines for utilization of the fly ash, and that is especially in previous session also I mentioned that there is a lot of work is going on for the utilization. It is again, fly ash is no more waste, it is a resource, first of all. So this fly ash is utilizing in many sectors. Especially we talk about the Maharashtra, this is a huge demand for that. Especially Mumbai and suburb of the Mumbai, there is a huge demand for the fly ash. People are paying huge amount for that. If you go to the rural area, then again there is a difference. But while transportation of the fly ash, which you specifically mentioned for that, the transportation of fly ash also there is a procedure, there is a guidelines. It cannot be transported into the open truck, open dumpers, even not covered. So now your question is, it is a covered tarpaulin. So fly ash is very fine in the particles. It's the moment it gets some air, it's fly out and it can create the respiratory problems, many things is there. It should be comes in the bulkers only. So mostly when complied, whoever is using the fly ash, whoever is transporting it, they are transporting in the bulkers, which cement big bulkers are there. These are the things which supposed to be used. And this is fly ash is also, when we talking about the waste management, hazardous waste management, in this is one of the reagent for stabilization of the hazardous waste. So this is one of the reagent for solidification of the hazardous waste.
Because when the waste is containing moisture contain more than 20%, then it's very difficult. If it's not supposed to be put into the landfill, then solidification, binding. So the stabilization of these hazardous waste with the cement, lime, bentonite, fly ash is also one of the reagent which will be formed. So this is the different utilizations are there. But of course, it is depend on the areas and depend on the generations. So Maharashtra, from here up 700 plus 700 kilometer distance, we can get the fly ash. Otherwise, there is no fly ash for that. So these are the things. It does depend. Yeah. Thank you.
In addition to In addition to this, just I would like to highlight, in our institution, one of scientists, Dr. Lal Singh, has developed eco-rejuvenation technology, that is ERT. We have done it for Mahagenco in Nagpur. So all the fly ash, they have rejuvenated, green belt development, and there are a lot of employment opportunity to the local peoples. That can also be done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. May I request Sanyal sir and Parlikar sir with Bhagyashri and Akshay on top. We'll have a felicitation. We'll have a small token of appreciation. Thank you so much, Gaurav sir. Thank you so much, Sanyal sir. Parlikar sir, if you can please be on stage. Bhagyashri, Akshay. Yeah, one by one, we request Sanyal sir, Parlikar sir, and Bhagyashri to kindly felicitate our panelists. First, a big round of applause to Shri Dr. Sunil Kumar, Chief Scientist at CSIR NEERI. Can we have a big hand for Sunil Kumar sir? Thank you so much, Doctor sir. I know you're running on a tight schedule. Thank you for being here and thank you for giving your valuable time. Sanyal sir, please, with Dr. Sunil. Bhagyashri, come closer. Akshay? Okay, thank you so much, sir. A big hand. We'd also like to go ahead and thank in a very special way Dr. Srimati Shilpi Kaur Bakshi ma'am, Senior Vice President, Environmental Management Center. Thank you so much, Dr. Bakshi, for giving us your valuable insights. A big hand to Dr. Shilpi. We'd also like to thank Dr. Shri Somnath Malgar sir, Director Mumbai Waste Management Limited. Thank you so much, Malgar sir, for your valuable inputs. A big hand to Dr. Malgar. Yeah. And a big thank you to Shri Saurabh Desai sir, Director Enviro Analyst and Engineering Private Limited. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, the one who conducted our session with equal ease, Alan, and really insightful, Shri Nand Kumar Gaurav sir, Technical Advisor, MPCV. Can we have a big hand for Nand Kumar Gaurav sir? May we request all of us to join in for a photograph. Akshay, please, on stage. Can we have a big hand for them, please? This is lovely discussion. A lovely discussion on hazardous waste management, circularity and pre-processing. Thank you so much. Can we have a big hand, please, everyone? Thank you so much. We hope you have a wonderful evening and a safe travel to all of you traveling. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Palika, sir. Parlika, sir, one photograph for you with you on stage. May we request the entire audience to join us, please, for a photograph. We have the blessings and presence of Parlikar sirs, I think, so it's only fair that we have everyone join in. Please come. Everyone, please come for a photograph. Dr. Shilpi, come on, please. All those who are there, sir, please, this side, sir. Can we have the chairs cleared, please? Chairs cleared, kar sakte hain? Yeah. Gurav sir, Sunil Kumar sir, Shilpi ma'am, Somnath sir, Saurabh sir, please come. Everyone, please come. We can have the ladies on stage with Bhagyashri, all the lady woman power. Yes, everyone, please come. Please, जो भी बैठे हैं, please आइए. सब लोग आ जाइए, please. We'll have some people, the tall people, we can have them down. Yeah, the ladies, we can have them on top. Yes. Thank you so much. Parlikar sir, Shilpi ma'am, Sanyal sir. Yes, Desai sir. Come. To an exciting day 2 of Envirotech on the 5th of February. I'm sure it'll be a memorable evening for all of us. Let's give a big hand to all our panel members, our panel moderators, our speakers, Shri Ullas Parlikar sir, and not to forget the Envirotech team, Sanyal sir, Bhagyashri ma'am, and Akshay sir. Thank you so much. Come, people who are yet sitting, sir, you can come in, yeah. Everyone, please come, please come. Can we all look into the drone camera and show a victory sign to them, please? For a successful, this thing. Everyone show the V to the drone. And 3 cheers for the Envirotech team, Sanyal sir, Bhagyashri ma'am, and Akshay sir. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you so much. Congratulations. Wonderful once again. Thank you so much, Parlikar sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Shilpi, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Malgar, and Dr. Desai. Thank you.